famous people have been killed by over-medicating or over-operating or too much complex treatment. Like, as soon as the body will repair itself.
We talked in an earlier podcast about James Garfield, who was prodded
dirty fingers in the wound and stuff like that. My father gave a TED Talk on it, which is actually really interesting. Yeah, his name is Elazar Edelman. So I wonder if those pharaohs were receiving a lot of dental attention, or B, getting such rich food that they were...
Well, that's the big question. So, so the quality of food, obviously, is going to affect things. I mean, Ötzi, the Iceman, found in the Tyrolean Alps, he had really, really messed up teeth.
What was the fact that you were saying about the baseball player?
I can't remember his name, but it was a baseball player who had to be taken out of the game because he bit himself on his own arse. And what happened was he slid into the final base and his false teeth fell out and he landed on them. I'm sure you know about it.
But so what we were saying, though, is that he must have been in his 20s, right? But yet there he was with a full set of false teeth, because that was a thing that happened.
Had his teeth been knocked out?
It was the 1920s. Apparently he was called Clarence Blethen, and he's now called Clarence Climax Blethen. I don't really understand why.
That's his porn name.
He had a really particular gimmick.
Yeah. No teeth, you say?
Oh, Alex, I have to tell you, just as an American and a baseball fan, if you don't know this, it's my favourite baseball fact. So, do you know Lou Gehrig?
So, I know the disease.
Exactly.
Yeah. He really should have seen that one coming. To be honest with you.
But so this is what's fantastic about it. Turns out that Lou Gehrig didn't die of Lou Gehrig's disease. So the disease named after him, he didn't have.
There's an interesting Wikipedia list of people who have been killed by already deceased people. My favorite one is someone killed not by a deceased person, but by a deceased animal, a really notorious poacher in Montana. This is a story that people in Montana like to tell. And like this poacher outside of Helena, he was really famous for one particular deer that he'd never be able to get, and he wounded it a whole bunch of times. And finally he spotted it on a bluff over him, and he shot it, and he turned around to celebrate, and the deer bounced all the way down and landed on him and killed him. And the deer survived.
Oh, wow.
And the guy didn't.
We should move on to another fact.
Well, just quickly to satisfy you, obviously, Greg was right. I mean, he's a historian. About the first ever smile in a portrait was in 1787. There's a quite funny, the court gossip sheet at the time said, an affectation which artists, art lovers and persons of taste have been united in condemning, and which finds no precedent among the ancients, is that in smiling she shows her teeth. So, pretty outrageous.
I saw an amazing collection of photos from a period pre-Smile, where they did all the grim kind of straight-face looking, and it's outtake photos where the families crack up and they're laughing, and it's so interesting because it's the first time where you see the real personalities of this
so interesting.
period
it's really
coming
cool.
through. Yeah, where they're properly laughing out loud, and clearly the person's like, "Well, this is unusable."
Like, you don't look creepy and you don't look sullen. Michael smiled.
This is such a dick, Michael.
How pleasant you look.
Let's move on to our second fact. I want to throw in my fact here, particularly because I want to hear your thoughts on this, Greg. It's a theory from a guy called Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemitz, which is that the Middle Ages never happened.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So it's a thing called phantom time theory. It's basically alleges that it was just made up.
Are you sure that the guy is Dr. Hans Ulrich?
Yeah, I know. A lot of people believe it. Obviously a lot of idiots believe it. But it, according to them, 614 to 911 AD did not happen.
Did not happen.
We're going through. He thinks it's a conspiracy of the calendar.
Brilliant.
And so what his suggestion is, as well, is that the things that were supposed to have happened in the Middle Ages, people at the time removed them from that bit of history and created a fiction of these 300 years. I think he said Charlemagne just never existed.
Wow.
It was a fictional character.
So basically, half of the things that you do for a living, just...
My master's degree is
is a fictional, I'll give you some direct sort of from this article. It seems that historians are plagued by a plethora of falsified documents from the Middle Ages. Some documents forged by the Roman Catholic Church during the Middle Ages were created hundreds of years before their great moments arrived, after which they were embraced by medieval society. This implied that whoever produced these forgeries must have very skillfully anticipated the future, or there was some discrepancy in calculating dates.
Wowzers. So where does he stand on the Vikings?
What Vikings?
Did they not burn down Lindisfarne? Did it not happen? Lindisfarne wasn't attacked. It was just it didn't happen, and no Charlemagne and
no Charlemagne,
Alfred the Great.
No Crusades.
He says that maybe Alfred the Great was in a different period of time. Maybe the Vikings, maybe they were just the year before.
So he stops at 9/11, does he?
Yeah, he stops at 9/11. He stops at 9. No wonder the conspiracy theorists.
So 9/11 is the year that the Vikings conquer Normandy and become the Normans. It's Rollo, King Rollo, who founds the Norman dynasty. 9/11 is the Vikings become Normans, and the Normans, of course, become William the Conqueror, and that becomes our first dynasty of English medieval kings. So 9/11 is a good year.
But this goes with the thing that you like, Dan, which is that if you come up with an idea or a conspiracy, then you can always seem to fit in.
You can find
facts into whatever your theory is. And you can imagine if you said to him, what about the Vikings? He would have an answer.
He will have an answer, yeah.
But it's like numerology in the Bible, isn't it? People sort of try to find patterns in the Bible, and you sort of go, you do realise it's been retranslated.
Final question then: is there any truth that the Middle Ages didn't happen?
I would be deeply, deeply upset if the Middle Ages didn't.
So you're going to say that did
Would you really?
Yeah, I would actually.
But to make a bit, what would be the difference?
Off my life when it existed. No, I'd be intrigued. I mean, it's true. We should be very deeply suspicious and sceptical of the past. And one of the things that historians do is we rigorously interrogate documents, and we're always trying to disprove them. We're trying to apply that sort of scientific methodology of saying, how do we know this is true? And that's what great scholarship is. But you don't destroy all things. You're just trying to question them and say, okay. And obviously there were problems with forgeries. A monastery, for example, would be given land, and they would lose the document. And then a king would turn up going, brilliant, I'm having your land back. And they'd be like, no, this is ours, we've always had it. So they'd forge a document.
Yeah.
And then we get the forgery.
Right.
And then
I read that Andorra, the country, they have a constitution, but it's in a safe in Andorra somewhere, and a lot of historians think that it's fake.
Really?
You heard that before?
No, I haven't. Fake in what sense? Like it doesn't exist at all?
As in, it's a modern reproduction because they don't have the historical basis that they think they have. Because it was one of those states that came in to buffer from the
15th century wars,
exactly.
the Italian wars.
If it were to be true, this phantom time thing, which is 110% not, then what it would mean is, no new scholarship is emerging, and new scholarship is emerging all the time.
Yeah, it is.
So it would be insane.
But it would also kick off our. It would really interrupt with our carbon dating.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
We use historical documents to try and ally up with carbon dating, and you use carbon dating to try and ally up with historical documents. You try and play them off against each other and try and find a cross-reference, and that way, if they both agree, you kind of go, all right, maybe that's legit. With Richard III discovering the car park recently, the carbon dating there can sort of give you that specificity. Told us he was there.
Yes, okay.
So then we can kind of go, these are okay. Maybe we can look at them closely for something else.
Oh, so that's a way of verifying.
It's a way of verifying because you're using the scientific method to sort of say, okay, the archaeology is legit, so maybe the history's okay.
Yeah. Physicists like to use really old lead for their experiments because it's quite it doesn't react with as many things, but that means that they're trying to use a lot of archaeological items to make their experiments. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I've heard about it briefly. I don't know if that's. I mean, it's supposed to make sense, wouldn't it? Maybe.
Yeah. But then, it's not really great to
steal someone else's stuff. This Richard III, can I borrow that? Sorry, I've got an experiment on, and just, I need an old king.
Sorry. I mentioned that James was right, that there is a theory, which in fact sounds quite well founded, that the Andorran constitution is a forgery, although this isn't a book, so apparently it came from Charlemagne. It was signed, the independence of Andorra was... This document
we all know Charlemagne didn't exist.
I think we've established that...
Although I am reading it in a book where they've spelt... It's a book, it's Andorra Business Law Handbook, but they've spelt Charlemagne. He
was a dog with a terrible...
Yeah, I don't know how trustworthy that is.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go on to... we'll do Alex's fact now. Alex?
All right, my fact is, it's about... the most medically indispensable sea creature in the United States is the horseshoe crab. Are you aware of the...
No, go on.
It's a wide claim to make, isn't it?
Yeah, how does that work?
Well, so the horseshoe crab lives in the very bacteria-rich coastline, shallow waters in the ocean. So in the early 20s, they were sort of seen as a nuisance, and they were ground up and used as fertilizer and stuff and fed to pigs. And now... Every year, 500,000 horseshoe crabs are harvested, and they're brought into factories by one of 5 companies all along the eastern coast of the United States, and they're blue. And if you can find a picture, it's incredibly interesting. And this blood, it detects any dangerous bacterial endotoxins, even at a concentration of 1 part per trillion. So the FDA requires that all new drugs that are brought to market be run through this horseshoe crab blood. So every single person in the United States who's ever had an injection of any kind has had a drug that's been tested in this LAL test.
Wow, that's amazing.
That is incredible.
It's unbelievable. And the blood per quart is $15,000. So they don't kill the crabs. So that's like, so people love that.
Yeah, they just
bleed
take the
them,
blood.
and then they take them on a boat all the way out to sea, so they don't reharvest crabs that they've already
They're going to
bled.
say on like a great holiday cruise.
You guys have done a really good thing. Well, they dump these guys really far out, and they notice that less and less of them are coming back. While you don't kill something when you take a lot of its blood, it does make it more lethargic and less likely to mate. But yeah, so that to me is...
That's very exciting.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
Like, that they have basically the best immune system of anyone.
They do.
We can use.
Do you know, my favourite crab? Have you heard of the samurai crab?
No, but it
that sounds like
awesome.
a movie.
Yeah,
Let's see this.
It's very
Sorry,
exciting.
Steven.
Basically,
They always
back in the...
attack sideways.
Yeah. There was a superstition that samurai warriors, when they died, were reincarnated as these crabs, because a lot of these crabs that came up had the pattern on their shell of a samurai face.
That's
and it became an evolutionary thing, so it's the samurai pattern that became the...
That is brilliant. Wow.
And so they would throw the ones that looked like a samurai back into the ocean.
That's
and it
brilliant.
became
Are there other stories of animals selectively surviving like that? Because I've always
Well, I
wondered...
think dogs are supposed to be a bit like that, and cats and things.
Cats domesticated themselves.
Yeah, because cats, when they meow, they don't meow to other cats, they only do it to humans.
Really?
They've selected to meow just so that we would think they're little babies, I think.
He took wolves and went, please stop biting me. I'd like you to be a dog, please. And the amazing thing is that you can domesticate an animal really, really quickly. There was a Russian scientist who did it in the 50s with foxes. I think what was his name? Things with B, I think. Bilyadinov or something like that. He took foxes, feral, wild, angry foxes, trying to eat his face, and he just bred them and bred them and bred them, always taking the most docile cubs and breeding them together.
Belyaev.
Belyaev.
Yeah.
James can pronounce this.
Belyaev. But he bred them together so that you ended up with these sort of more increasingly docile creatures. But the extraordinary thing that he discovered was that when you breed for physical characteristics, it also creates a personality chain. They became more sort of dog-like, more sort of fluffy-tailed, and more sort of willing to follow around. But they also changed...
More obsequious.
But they, yes, but they
Obsequious foxes.
Obsequious fox.
Yeah.
But they would also change their personality and demeanour and the fact they would respond to calls and so on. And he did that in like 10 generations. That's all it took. You know, there's been an awful lot of genetic testing recently because you can now do DNA analysis on animals, and we found that actually dogs are much older than we thought.
So do we think that we got them for companionship or fighting or...
It's probably hunting and companionship, because we had pet bear. There's definitely at least one pet bear that's been found in the Stone Age.
Well, Byron had a pet bear, didn't
Byron did have a pet bear.
Byron had a pet bear?
He took it to Cambridge with him.
Took it to Cambridge.
Because he wasn't allowed a dog, so he was a bit of a dick.
Is this
And he ended
before-
up going, fine, I'm going to have a bear.
Is this before or after he founded the hamburger chain, or is that... Is that the most ridiculous... oh, wait, someone kept a pet scorpion in a jar on his desk. I read this in one of your books.
That's Ibsen, yeah.
I read that in one of the QI books, which are available in fine bookstores everywhere.
Probably the same books as Greg's book will be available in next year.
Yes.
All the good shops, you
Yeah.
think.
Talk about obsequious.
But the extraordinary, anyway, back to this sort of dog thing, just very quickly. The extraordinary thing is we obviously domesticated dogs, because to do that you have to sort of take a wild feral wolf that is trying to kill you and gradually tame it. But not, you take the runt of a litter and the runt of a litter, you bring them together, and gradually you breed them and you create a new animal, and that is the dog.
Amazing.
The amazing thing is that the oldest dog breed in the world is only sort of 1,000 years old or something. Roman dogs don't exist anymore. So when you find the Roman dog at Pompeii, which we have found one, that breed no longer exists, doesn't exist anymore.
Wow.
But
Is it because they die out? Is it
well, the
because
breeding programs change, and you have sort of different needs for them, and animals are constantly evolving and changing, and we breed them a different way. You know, George Washington bred dogs. George Washington bred the American foxhound. He took a French foxhound from the Marquis de Lafayette and an English foxhound, and he bred them together and created the American foxhound.
Wow.
And he was really obsessed with this. He was sort of typical 18th century gentleman and was like, I'm going to breed an animal. But the amazing thing is cats domesticated themselves. The oldest known cat, I think, is from Boros, I think in Cyprus. I think it's about 9,000 years years old.
Is there any truth to the story when people attach cats to their shields?
Yes.
So that the Egyptians would...
Yes, I love this. This is the Battle of, I think, Pelusium, off the top of my head. Because so the Egyptians believed cats to be holy and revered. They had huge cat funeral monuments with like millions of buried cats that they would, if your cat died, you shaved off your eyebrows and you would take your cat to this holy city of cats called
They
Bastet.
found a load of mummies, didn't they? Mummified cats,
Yeah.
like 1 million of them.
Millions
yeah,
of them.
huge one
Millions of
recently.
them.
Yeah.
And the city, I think, was called Bubastis, named after the, I think, I might have made that up. There's definitely a city. And they would bury the cats and they'd shave off their eyebrows.
Anna's working overtime, by the way.
Sorry, I'm really sorry.
Well, I never want to interrupt, so I've got 1,000 tabs up with information. It's all
Great.
confirming
I
what
can't
you're
wait till
saying,
the end of
don't
this
worry.
section.
It's called Bubastis.
Bubastis,
Yes,
good,
you're right,
okay, good. I wasn't
obviously.
just making up some random name. But they worship cats, and there's a famous story that a Roman soldier was on his chariot and he ran over a cat, and he was killed by an angry mob.
But then in the Middle Ages, people thought that cats were evil, didn't they? And
They thought they had no soul. They thought they were witches' familiars. They used to be burned alive as well. Louis XIV, I think.
Yeah,
used to
he
burn
did
them
went
alive.
to a burning ceremony,
Yeah, he did,
didn't he?
and he ceremonially threw them onto the pyre.
Wow.
They used to be stoned. They were eaten alive.
Eaten alive?
Eaten alive.
How do you eat a
How do you eat
cat?
a
There's a lot of declawing involved.
Man, you just grab it. I guess you hold it.
they've gone from gods to being
Yeah.
evil, and now we just put them on the internet and laugh at them.
The gods again, I suppose.
Yeah.
We worship kittens.
Okay, listen, then, I'm going to quickly do my last little fact. I found that we have 28 people that we know slept with Queen Elizabeth I, and that they were all women.
Whoa!
What? So what you mean when you say slept with? You mean
Slept in the same
slept
bed
near?
as. Yeah.
Well,
Does that sound right to you?
Same
or not?
bedroom.
In the same bedroom?
Yeah, same bedroom.
Okay.
The interesting thing about Queen Elizabeth, I actually made a documentary for Channel 5 a few years ago that was awfully ridiculous, where we sort of went, did she have a love child?
Yeah. Did she, or...?
Well,
No.
there was a rumour she did, and the Spanish used it as propaganda, and obviously I don't think she did. But came out Elizabeth I, she probably didn't spend more than 5 minutes of her life alone. She was constantly surrounded by people. Like, everywhere she went, she was born a princess. She was always going to be a princess, and then she was a queen, and then she died. So you have ladies in waiting who, of course, would sleep in the same room as her, and you'd have sort of truckle beds at the bottom of the bed. Usually, they would sleep in, or
Bunk
maybe
beds, like.
more of a sort of a pull-out little.
Oh, like a cupboard.
Yeah,
in
almost
a
like under
cupboard.
the beds, like little, you know. But
Yeah.
these
that's
people
cool.
didn't really have any kind of private space.
But the Queen can never go like, I want some alone time.
Maybe, but we don't have any records for that.
And you know what else? I don't think this time period ever existed.
So what does this fact mean then? Does it mean that she slept with way more than that?
Basically, it's a way of bringing up this interesting fact that the monarchs would have sleeping partners for companionship and for safety and whatever.
Yeah.
I read that Gandhi used to sleep with naked female virgins to test his chastity, so they would lay next to him in bed.
Wow.
Yeah, and just so he could be like, look how awesome I am. Yeah. Look at nothing. I don't want to knock Gandhi on our show, but...
I'll not Gandhi. Fuck it, that's weird.
No, but, but maybe he was caught the first... Oh my god, you're having an affair. He's like, no, honey, I am testing my chastity.
Yeah.
She's like, you're going to... So he goes, yeah, I'll do it every night. Like, it's...
But there's a nice story, I think it's in the Bible. You might be able to help us more here, our resident Jew. But it's King David, I think, has a woman called... Is it Abishag? I think she's the official human water bottle. He gets really old.
Wow.
He gets really cold.
Yeah, and just
Brilliant.
a woman that he cuddles with.
Exactly, and she's a young, beautiful, beautiful virgin, and she gets in the bed with him, and her job is to warm him up at night.
She's the one. She's the hot
And
one.
she-
It has an interesting translation to 20th century care of U.S. presidents. And this is mentioned in my father's TED Med talk, which I didn't mean to plug this much. Considering it's probably only got like 20 views because it's a TED Med talk, and
We'll post that. We'll post this talk.
Don't post the
On
talk.
the QI, so.
But Eisenhower had a lot of heart attacks, just like constantly having heart
Every
attacks.
morning.
Like he would wake up and he would go to a doctor, and the doctor's like, "Yeah, you had a heart attack last night." And like he was prescribed a prescription that he snuggle with Mamie Eisenhower.
Brilliant.
But that basically was his, like, it was a fair prescription for a long time, that literally to have like a cuddle buddy
Would calm him down.
would calm anybody down. Yeah. So, like it's been prevailing knowledge up until pretty recently that having someone to like snuggle, like teddy bears, there are some papers that in New England they used to circulate a lot, because I guess New England is where I'm from Boston, is like, I guess Teddy Bears sort of started in Vermont. And again, I'm sure a QI question is whether or not Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, we think so.
Do you really?
Yeah, do you think?
Sorry, Teddy Bear, Teddy Roosevelt thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1903, isn't it? and he refuses to shoot a bear. Is that right? He's hunting and he refuses to shoot it.
And Kermit Roosevelt was the first Westerner to shoot a panda or something stupid like that.
Really?
I might be wrong about that. So
just to interject, it wasn't just Kermit; it was Kermit and Theodore, Teddy's son, and they shot the panda together. So they both agreed that
Family
they both
outing.
shot separate guns, and they both claim to be the first Westerners to kill giant pandas. Isn't that touching?
That is
on that note.
on that Now, we should wrap up now, but if you want to ask any one of us any questions about the things we've spoken about today, you can get me on @Trideland. James,
I'm on @Eggshaped.
Alex, what are you on?
I'm Alex_Edelman.
And this is all Twitter we're talking about, by the way.
Greg shouted into the air. Alex_Edelman.
He will appear.
Greg,
I'm Greg_Jenner.
Yeah, okay, and Anna's not on Twitter, but she can be got on @Wikipedia, which is the main QI Twitter page. We're going to have a bunch of photos, I guess, and a Ted Med clip up on the QI.
Oh, my father's going to kill me.
.com/podcast. That's where you can find it. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. So that was another edition of No Such Thing as a Fish. I'm going to call it a special title, No Such Thing as the Middle Ages. That's going to be the... that'll be like on the iTunes thing. Yeah. Cool. All right, thanks everyone for listening. Catch you next week.
Never did eat your lunch, did you?
I better get back to the office. These extended lunch hours give my boss excess acid.
Why don't you call your boss and tell him you're taking the rest of the afternoon off? Friday anyway, and hide.
do with my free afternoon? Walk you to the airport?
Well, you could laze around here a while longer.
Checking out time is 3 p.m. Hotels of this sort aren't interested in you when you come in, but when your time is up... Oh, Sam, I hate having to be with you in a place like this.
I've heard of married couples who deliberately spend an occasional night in a cheap hotel.
When you're married, you can do a lot of things deliberately.
You sure talk like a girl who's been married.
Sam, this is the last time.
Yeah. For what?
For this. Meeting you in secret so we can be secretive. You come down here on business trips. We steal lunch hours. I wish you wouldn't even come.
All right. What do we do instead? Write each other lurid love letters?
I have to go, Sam.
I can come down next week.
No.
Not even just to see you? Have lunch? In public?
Oh, we can see each other. We can even have dinner. But respectably. In my house, with my mother's picture on the mantel, and my sister helping me broil a big steak for 3.
Did we send Sister to the movies, turn Mama's picture to the wall?
Sam.
All right. Marion, whenever it's possible, I want to see you. And under any circumstances, even respectability.
You make respectability sound disrespectful.
Oh, no, I'm all for it. It requires patience, temperance, a lot of sweating out. Otherwise, though, it's just hard work. But if I can see you and touch you even as simply as this, I won't mind. Tired of sweating for people who aren't there. I sweat to pay off my father's debts and he's in his grave. I sweat to pay my ex-wife alimony and she's living on the other side of the world somewhere.
I pay too. They also pay who meet in hotel rooms.
A couple of years and my debts will be paid off. If she ever remarries, the alimony stops.
I haven't even been married once yet.
Yeah, but when you do, you'll swing.
Oh, Sam, let's get married.
Yeah. And live with me in a storeroom behind a hardware store in Fairvale. We'll have lots of laughs. Tell you what, when I send my ex-wife her alimony, you can lick the stamps.
I'll lick the stamps.
Marion, you want to cut this off? Go out and find yourself somebody available?
I'm thinking of it.
How could you even think a thing like that?
Don't miss your plane.
Hey, we can leave together, can't we?
I'm late. Is Mr. Lowry back from lunch?
He's lunching with the man who's buying the Harris Street property. You know the oil lease man? That's why he's late. You got a headache?
Oh, it'll pass. Headaches are like resolutions. You forget them as soon as they stop hurting.
Have you got some aspirin? I've got something, not aspirin. My mother's doctor gave them to me the day of my wedding. Teddy was furious when he found out I'd taken tranquilizers.
Any calls?
Teddy called me. My mother called to see if Teddy called. Oh, your sister called to say she's going to Tucson to do some buying and she'll be gone the whole weekend. And...
Wow. As hot as fresh milk. Hey, you girls ought to get your boss to air condition you up. He can afford it today.
Marion, will you get the copies of that deed ready for Mr. Cassidy?
Tomorrow's the day, my sweet little girl. Oh, not you. My daughter. A baby. And tomorrow she stands her sweet self up there and gets married away from me. I want you to take a look at my baby. 18 years old. And she never had an unhappy day in any one of those years.
Come on, Tom. My office is air-conditioned.
Do you know what I do about unhappiness? happy?
Not inordinately.
I'm buying this house for my baby's wedding present. $40,000 cash. That's just buying off unhappiness. I never carry more than I can afford to lose. Count 'em.
I declare.
I don't. That's how I get to keep it.
Tom, cash transaction of this size is most irregular.
Ah, so what? It's my private money. Now it's yours.
Suppose we put it in the safe and then Monday morning when you're feeling good.
Oh, speaking of feeling good, where's that bottle you said was in your desk? Oh. You know, sometimes I can keep my mouth shut. Lowry, I am dying of thirsteroni.
I don't even want it in the office over the weekend. Put it in the safe deposit box in the bank, and we get him to give us a check on Monday instead.
He was flirting with you. I guess he must have noticed my wedding ring.
Come in.
The copies. Mr. Lowry, if you don't mind, I'd like to go right on home after the bank. I have a slight headache.
You go right on home, because me and your boss are going out and get ourselves a little drinking done, right?
Of course. Do you feel ill?
Just a headache.
Well, what you need is a weekend in Las Vegas, the playground of the world.
I'm going to spend this weekend in bed. Thank you.
Aren't you going to take the pills? They'll knock that headache out.
Can't buy off unhappiness with pills. I guess I'll go put this money in the bank, then go home and sleep it off. intend to sleep so long. I almost had an accident last night from sleepiness, so I decided to pull over.
You slept here all night?
Yes. As I said, I couldn't keep my eyes open.
There are plenty of motels in this area. You should have... I mean, just to be safe.
I didn't intend to sleep all night. I just pulled over. Have I broken any laws?
No, ma'am.
Then I'm free to go.
Is anything wrong?
Of course not. Am I acting as if there's something wrong?
Frankly, yes.
Please, I'd like to go.
Well, is there?
Is there what? I've told you there's nothing wrong, except that I'm in a hurry and you're taking up my time.
Now, just a moment. Turn your motor off, please. May I see your license?
Why?
Please.
Be with you in a second. I'm in no mood for trouble.
What?
There's an old saying, the first customer of the day is always the most trouble. But like I say, I'm in no mood for it, so I'm going to treat you so fair and square that you won't have one human reason to give me.
Can I trade my car in and take another?
Do anything you've a mind to. Being a woman, you will. That yours?
Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. I just...
Sick of the sight of it. Well, why don't you have a look around here and see if there's something that strikes your eyes? Meanwhile, I'll have my mechanic give yours a once-over. You want some coffee? I was just about
No,
to...
thank you. I'm in a hurry, and I just want to make a change.
One thing people never ought to be when they're buying used cars, and that's in a hurry. But like I said, it's too nice a day to argue. I'll shoot your car in the garage here. It's the one I'd have picked for you myself.
How much?
Go ahead, spin it around the block.
It looks fine. How much would it be with my car?
You mean you don't want the usual day and a half to think it over? You are in a hurry, aren't you? Somebody chasing you?
Of course not. Please.
Well, it's the first time the customer ever high-pressured the salesman.
Figure roughly...
Your car plus $700?
700.
You always got time to argue money, huh?
All right.
I take it you can prove that car is yours. I mean, out-of-state license and all. You got your pink slip and
I will enter a ladies' room.
In the building.
Over there.
I think you better take it for a trial spin. I don't want any bad word of mouth about California Charlie.
I'd really rather not. Can't we just settle this and...
I might as well be perfectly honest with you, ma'am. It's not that I don't trust you, but...
But what? Is there anything so terribly wrong about making a decision and wanting to hurry? Do you think I've stolen my car?
Oh, ma'am. All right, let's go inside.
Hey!
Just put it in here, please. Thank you.
Heck, officer, that was the first time I ever saw the customer high-pressure the salesman. Somebody chasing her?
I better have a look at those papers, Charlie.
She looked like a wrong one to you?
Acted like one.
The only funny thing, she paid me $700 in cash.
Yes, Mr. Lowry?
Carolyn? Marion still isn't in?
No, Mr. Lowry, but then she's always a bit late on Monday mornings.
Buzz me the minute she comes in. Call her sister. No one's answering at the house.
I called her sister, Mr. Lowry, where she works. The music maker's music store, you know. And she doesn't know where Marion is any more than we do.
You better run out to the house. She may be unable to answer the phone.
Her sister's going to do that. She's as worried as we are.
No, I haven't the faintest idea. As I said, I last saw your sister when she left this office on Friday. She said she didn't feel well and wanted to leave early. I said she could. That was the last I saw. Oh, wait a minute. I did see her sometime later driving... I think you'd better come over here to my office, quick. Carolyn, get Mr. Cassidy for me. After all, Cassidy, I told you, all that cash. I'm not taking the responsibility. Oh, for heaven's sake. Girl works for you for 10 years, you trust her. All right,
it's missing, I'll replace it with her fine, soft flesh. I'll track her, never you doubt it.
Oh, hold on, Cassidy. I still can't believe... It must be some kind of a mystery. I can't...
You checked with the bank, no? They never laid eyes on her, no? You still trusting? Hot creeper, she sat there while I dumped it out. Hardly even looked at it. Planning, and even flirting with me.
Gee, I'm sorry I didn't hear you in all this rain. Go ahead in, please. Dirty night.
You have a vacancy?
Oh, we have 12 vacancies. 12 cabins, 12 vacancies. They moved away the highway.
Oh, I thought I'd gotten off the main road.
I knew you must have. Nobody ever stops here anymore unless they've done that. But there's no sense dwelling on our losses. We just keep on lighting the lights and following the formalities. Your home address? Oh, just the town will do.
Los Angeles.
Cabin 1. It's closer in case you want anything. Right next to the office.
I want to sleep more than anything else, except maybe food.
Well, there's a big diner about 10 miles up the road, just outside of Fairvale.
Am I that close to Fairvale?
15 miles. I'll get your bags. Boy, it's stuffy in here. Well, the mattress is soft, and there's hangers in the closet, and stationery with Bates Motel printed on it in case you want to make your friends back home feel envious. And the, over there.
The bathroom.
Yeah. Well, if you want anything, just tap on the wall. I'll be in the office.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
Norman Bates. You're not really going to go out again and drive up to the diner, are you?
No.
Well, then would you do me a favor? Would you have dinner with me? I was just about to myself. You know, nothing special, just sandwiches and milk, but I'd like it very much if you'd come up to the house. I don't set a fancy table, but the kitchen's awful homey.
I'd like to.
All right, yeah, you get yourself settled and take off your wet shoes, and I'll be back as soon as it's ready.
Okay.
With my trusty umbrella.
No, I tell you, no. I won't have you bringing strange young girls in for supper. By candlelight, I suppose, in the cheap erotic fashion of young men with cheap erotic minds.
Mother, please.
And then what? After supper, music? Whispers?
Mother, she's just a stranger. She's hungry and it's raining out.
Mother, she's just a stranger. As if men don't desire strangers. As if... Oh, I refuse to speak of disgusting things because they disgust me. You understand, boy? Go on, go tell her she'll not be appeasing her ugly appetite with my food, or my son. Or do I have to tell her because you don't have the guts? Huh, boy? You have the guts, boy?
Shut up! Shut up!
I've caused you some trouble.
No, Mother, my mother, what is the phrase? She isn't quite herself today.
You shouldn't have bothered. I really don't have that much of an appetite.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish you could apologize for other people.
Don't worry about it. But as long as you're fixed to supper, we may as well eat it.
It might be nicer and warmer in the office.
No, stop raining.
Eating in an office is just too officious. I have the parlor back here.
All right.
Sit down.
Thank you. You're very kind.
It's all for you. I'm not hungry. Go ahead. a bird.
You'd know, of course.
No, not really. Anyway, I hear the expression eats like a bird. It's really a falsity. Because birds really eat a tremendous lot. But I don't really know anything about birds. My hobby is stuffing things. You know, taxidermy. And I guess I'd just rather stuff birds because I hate the look of beasts when they're stuffed. You know, foxes and chimps. Some people even stuff dogs and cats, but oh, I can't do that. I think only birds look well stuffed because, well, because they're kind of passive to begin with.
It's a strange hobby. Curious.
Uncommon, too.
Oh, I imagine so.
And it's not as expensive as you'd think. It's cheap, really. You know, needles, thread, sawdust. The chemicals are the only thing that cost anything.
A man should have a hobby.
Well, it's more than a hobby. A hobby's supposed to pass the time, not fill it.
Is your time so empty?
No. Well, I run the office and tend the cabins and grounds and do little errands for my mother. The ones she allows I might be capable of doing.
Do you go out with friends?
Well, a boy's best friend is his mother. You've never had an empty moment in your entire life, have you?
Only my share.
Where are you going? I didn't mean to pry.
I'm looking for a private island.
What are you running away from?
Why do you ask that?
No. People never run away from anything. The rain didn't last long, did it? You know what I think? I think that we're all in our private traps, clamped in them, and none of us can ever get out. We scratch and claw, but only at the air, only at each other. And for all of it, we never budge an inch.
Sometimes we deliberately step into those traps.
I was born in mine. I don't mind it anymore.
Oh, but you should. You should mind it.
Oh, I do. But I say I don't.
You know, if anyone ever talked to me the way I heard, the way she spoke to you.
Sometimes, when she talks to me like that, I feel I'd like to go up there and curse her and leave her forever. Or at least defy her. But I know I can't. She's ill.
She sounded strong.
No, I mean, ill. She had to raise me all by herself after my father died. I was only 5, and it must have been quite a strain for her. She didn't have to go to work or anything like that. He left her a little money. Anyway, a few years ago, Mother met this man, and he talked her into building this motel. He could have talked her into anything. And when he died, too, it was just too great a shock for her. And the way he died. I guess it's nothing to talk about while you're eating. Anyway, it was just too great a loss for her. She had nothing left.
Except you.
Well, a son is a poor substitute for a lover.
Why don't you go away?
To a private island like you?
No. Not like me.
I couldn't do that. Who'd look after her? She'd be alone up there. The fire would go out. It'd be cold and damp like a grave. If you love someone, you don't do that to them even if you hate them. understand. I don't hate her. I hate what she's become. I hate the illness.
Wouldn't it be better if you put her someplace?
You mean an institution? A madhouse? People always call a madhouse someplace, don't they? Put her in someplace.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound uncaring.
What do you know about caring? Have you ever seen the inside of one of those places? The laughing and the tears. And the cruel eyes studying you. My mother there. But she's harmless. She's as harmless as one of those stuffed birds.
I am sorry. I only felt... It seems she's hurting you. I meant well.
People always mean well. They cluck their thick tongues and shake their heads and suggest oh so very delicately. Of course, I've suggested it myself. But I hate to even think about it. She needs me. It's not as if she were a maniac, a raving thing. She just goes a little mad sometimes. We all go a little mad sometimes. Haven't you?
Yes. Sometimes just one time can be enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman.
Norman.
Oh, you're not going back to your room already?
I'm very tired. And I'll have a long drive tomorrow. All the way back.
Really?
I stepped into a private trap back there, and I'd like to go back and try to pull myself out of it. Before it's too late for me, too.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to stay just a little while longer? Just for talk?
I'd like to, but...
All right. Well, I'll see you in the morning. I'll bring you some breakfast, all right? What time?
Very early. Dawn.
All right, Miss,
Crane.
Crane, that's it.
Good night.
much luck with any of them. Well, let's see what they say about this one. They tell you what its ingredients are and how it's guaranteed to exterminate every insect in the world. But they do not tell you whether or not it's painless. And I say, insect or man, death should always be painless. I suppose this one seems to claim more and better qualities than lots of the others.
Sam?
Sam? Lady wants to see you.
Yes, miss? I'm Marion's sister.
Sure, Lila.
Is Marion here?
Of course not.
Thank you.
Something wrong?
She left home on Friday. I was in Tucson over the weekend, and I haven't heard from her since. Not even a phone call. Look, if you two are in this thing together, I don't care. It's none of my business. But I want to talk to Marion, and I want her to tell me it's none of my business, and then I'll go.
Bob, run out and get yourself some lunch, will you?
That's okay, Sam. I brought it with me.
Run out and eat it. Now, what thing could we be in together?
Sorry about the tears.
Well, is Marion in trouble? What is it?
Let's all talk about Marion, shall we?
Who are you, friend?
My name is Arbogast, friend. I'm a private investigator. Where is she, Miss Crane?
I don't know you.
Why, no, you don't. Because if you did, I wouldn't be able to follow you.
What's your interest in this?
Well, $40,000.
$40,000?
That's right.
Well, one of you better tell me what's going on and tell me fast. I can take just so much of this
Now,
nonsense.
take it easy, friend. Take it easy. It's just that your girlfriend stole $40,000.
What are you talking about? What is this?
She was supposed to bank it on Friday for her boss. And she didn't. And no one has seen her since.
Someone has seen her. Someone always sees a girl with $40,000.
Sam, they don't want to prosecute. They just want the money back. Sam, if she's here...
She isn't. She isn't.
Miss Crane, can I ask you a question? Did you come up here on just a hunch and nothing more?
Not even a hunch, just hope.
Well, with a little checking, I could get to believe you.
I don't care if you believe me or not. All I want to do is see Marion before she gets in this too deeply.
Did you check in Phoenix? Hospitals? Maybe she had an accident. Or a holdup.
No, she was seen leaving town in her own car. By her employer, I might add.
I can't believe it. Can you?
Well, you know, we're always quickest to doubt people who have a reputation for being honest. I think she's here, Miss Crane. But there's a boyfriend. Well, she's not back there with the nuts and bolts, but she's here in this town, somewhere. I'll find her. I'll be seeing you. Evening.
Evening.
I almost drove right past.
I'm always forgetting to turn the sign on, but we do have a vacancy. 12, in fact. 12 cabins, 12 vacancies. Candy?
No, thanks. Last 2 days, I've been to so many motels, my eyes are bleary with neon, but you know, this is the first place that looks like it's hiding from the world.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't really forget to turn the sign on. It just doesn't seem like any use anymore, you know?
Oh?
See, that used to be the main highway right there. Well, want to come in and register?
No, sit down. I don't want to trouble you. I just want to ask you a few questions.
No, that's no trouble. Today's linen day. I always change the beds here once a week, whether they've been used or not. Hate the smell of dampness, don't you? It's such a, I don't know, creepy smell. Come on. You out to buy a motel?
No.
Reason I asked, you said you'd seen so many in the past couple of days, I thought maybe you, what was it you wanted to ask?
Well, you See, I'm looking for a missing person. My name's Arbogast. I'm a private investigator. I've been trying to trace a girl that's been missing for about a week now from Phoenix. It's a private matter. The family wants to forgive her. She's not in any trouble.
I didn't think the police went looking for people who aren't in trouble.
Oh, I'm not the police.
Oh, yeah?
We have reason to believe that she came along this way, may have stopped in the area. Did she stop here?
Well, no one stopped here for a couple of weeks.
Do you mind looking at the picture before committing yourself?
Commit myself? You sure talk like a policeman.
Look at the picture, please. Sure?
Yeah.
Well, she may have used an alias. Marion Crane's her real name, but she could have registered under a different one.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't even much bother with guests registering anymore. You know, one by one, you drop the formalities. I shouldn't even bother changing the sheets, but old habits die hard. Which reminds me.
What's that?
It's the light, the sign. We had a couple last week said if the thing hadn't been on, they would have thought this was an old deserted...
Well, you see, that's exactly my point. You said that nobody had been here for a couple of weeks, and there's a couple came by and didn't even know that you were open.
Yeah.
Well, as you say, old habits die hard. It's possible this girl could have registered under another name. Do you mind if I look at your book?
No.
Thank you. Get the date somewhere. A sample of her handwriting. Oh, yes. Here we are. Marie Samuels. That's an interesting address.
Is that her?
Yeah, I think so. Marie, Marion, Samuels. Your boyfriend's name is Sam. Mm-hmm. Was she in disguise, by any chance? You want to check the picture again?
Look, I wasn't lying to you, Mr.
Oh, I know that. I know you wouldn't lie.
You know, it's tough keeping track of the time around.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was raining, and her hair was all wet. I tell you, it's not really a very good picture of her either.
No, I guess not. Well, tell me all about her.
Well, she arrived rather late one night, and she went straight to sleep and left early the next morning.
Well, how early?
Oh, very early.
Mm-hmm. Which morning was that?
The next morning, Sunday.
I see. Mm-hmm. Did anyone meet her here?
No.
Did she arrive with anyone?
No.
Uh-huh. Did she make any phone calls or?
No.
Locally? Did you spend the night with her?
No.
Well, then, how would you know that she didn't make any phone calls?
Oh, well, she was very tired, and see, now I'm starting to remember it. I'm making a mental picture of it in my mind. You know, if you make a mental picturization of something.
That's right. Take your time.
She was sitting back there. No, she was standing back there with a sandwich in her hand, and she said she had to go to sleep early because she had a long drive ahead of her.
Mm-hmm. Back where?
Back where she came from.
No, you said before that she was sitting back there.
Oh,
standing back.
Yes, but back in my parlor there. She was very hungry, and I made her a sandwich. And then she said that she was tired, and she had to go right to bed.
Oh, I see. How did she pay you? Cash, check?
Cash.
Cash, huh? Mm-hmm. And after she left, she didn't come back?
Well, why should she? Well, Mr. Arbogast, I guess that's about it. I got some work to do if you don't mind.
Well, to tell you the truth, I do mind. You see, if it doesn't gel, it is an aspect. And this ain't gelling. It's not coming together. Something's missing.
Well, I don't know what you could expect me to know. People just come and go, you know.
That's right. She isn't still here, is she?
No.
If I wanted to check the cabins, all 12 of them, I'd need a warrant, wouldn't I?
Listen, if you don't believe me, come on with me. You can help me change beds, okay?
Okay. Oh. No, thanks.
Oh, change your mind?
Huh?
You know, I think I must have one of those faces you just can't help believing.
Is anyone at home?
No.
Oh, there's somebody sitting up in the window.
No, there isn't.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, take a look.
Oh, that must be my mother. She's an invalid. It's practically like living alone.
Oh, I see. Now, if this girl, Marion Crane, were here, you wouldn't be hiding her, would you?
No.
Not if she paid you well?
No.
Let's just say, just for the sake of argument, that she wanted you to gallantly protect her. You'd know that you were being used, that you wouldn't be made a fool of, would you?
But I'm not a fool.
Well,
and I'm not capable of being fooled, not even by a woman.
Well, this is not a slur on your manhood. I'm sorry.
Let's put it this way. She might have fooled me, but she didn't fool my mother.
Well, then your mother met her. Could I talk to your mother?
No, as I told you, she's confined.
Yes, but just for a few minutes, that's all. There might be some hint that you missed out on. You know, sick old women are usually pretty sharp. Can I just,
Mr. Arbogast,
I wouldn't disturb her.
I think I've talked to you all I want to.
Yes, but
so
just for...
I think it'd be much better if you left now. Thanks.
Well, all right. You sure would save me a lot of legwork if you let me talk to her. Would I need a warrant for that, too?
Sure.
All right. Thanks anyway. Oh, hello, Loomis. This is Arbogast. Is Lila there? Good, let me talk to her, please. Hello, Lila. Lila, listen. Marion was up here. Yeah, she spent last Saturday night at the Bates Motel. It's right out here on the old highway. I even know what cabin she was in. It was number 1. Well, this young fellow that runs the place said that she just spent the night, left the next day, and that was it. No, not exactly. Well, I did question him, believe me, but I think I got all there was to get. I'll just have to pick up the pieces from here. Well, I tell you, I don't feel entirely satisfied. See, this boy had a sick old mother. I think she saw Marion and talked to her. No, unfortunately, he wouldn't let me see her. Well, I was, but I think I'll go back to the motel first. No, you stay there with Loomis. I'll be back in about an hour. All right, fine. Listen, you'll be happy to know what I think. I think our friend, Sam Loomis, didn't know that Marion was here. Yeah. All right, see you in about an hour, or less. All right, bye-bye.
Sam, he said an hour or less.
Yeah. It's been 3.
Well, are we just going to sit here and wait?
He'll be back. Let's sit still and hang on, okay?
How far is the old highway?
You want to go out there, don't you? Busted on Arbogast and the old lady, maybe
Yes.
shake her up?
Yes.
That wouldn't be a wise thing to do.
Patience doesn't run in my family, Sam. I'm going out there.
Look, Arbogast said...
An hour or less. Well, I'm going.
You'll never find it. Stay here.
Why can't I go with you?
I don't know. One of us has to be here in case he's on the way.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and wait?
Yeah. Stay here. Arbogast! 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 He didn't come back here.
Sam?
No Arbogast, no Bates. Only the old lady at home. Sick old lady unable to answer the door. Or unwilling.
Where could he have gone?
Maybe he got some definite lead. Maybe he went right on.
Without calling me?
In a hurry.
Sam, he called when he had nothing but a dissatisfied feeling. Don't you think he'd have called if he had anything at all?
Yes, I think he would have. Let's go see Al Chambers.
Who's he?
Our deputy sheriff around here.
All right, let me get my coat.
Good evening. Well, I don't know where to start. Except at the beginning.
Yes.
This is Lila Crane from Phoenix.
How do you do?
She's been here searching for her sister. There's this private detective helping, and well, we got a call from this detective saying that he traced her to that motel out on the old highway.
That must be the Bates Motel.
He traced her there and called us to say he was going to question Mrs. Bates.
Norman took a wife?
No, I don't think so. An old woman. His mother. Well, anyway, that was early this evening. We haven't seen or heard from him since.
Now, your sister's missing how long?
Well, she left Phoenix a week ago yesterday without a trace.
How'd you and this detective come to trace her to Fairvale?
I thought you'd be coming to me.
Left Phoenix under her own steam?
Yes.
She's not missing so much as she's run away.
That's right.
From what?
She stole some money.
A lot.
$40,000.
And the police haven't been able to...
Everyone concerned thought if they could get her to give the money back, they could avoid involving her with the police.
It explains the private detective. He traced her to the Bates place. What exactly did he say when he called you?
Well, he said that Marion was there and for one night, and then she left.
With the $40,000?
Well, he didn't say anything about the money. It isn't important what he said on the phone, is it? He was supposed to come back here and talk to us after he talked to the mother, and he didn't. That's what I want you to do something about.
Like what?
I'm sorry if I seem over-anxious. It's just that I'm sure there's something wrong out there, and I have to know what.
Well, I think there's something wrong, too, miss. But not the same thing. I think what's wrong is your private detective. I think he got himself a hot lead as to where your sister was going. Probably from Norman Bates, and called you to keep you still while he took off after her and the money.
No. He said he was dissatisfied, and he was going back there.
Why don't you call Norman and let him say just what happened?
At this hour?
Well, he was out when I was there just a while ago. If he's back, he probably isn't even in bed yet.
He wasn't out when you were there. He just wasn't answering the door in the dead of night like some people do. This fellow lives like a hermit. You must remember that bad business out there about 10 years ago.
Please, call.
wants you to connect him with the Bates Motel.
Norman? Sheriff Chambers. Yeah. I've been just fine, thanks. Listen, we got worries here. Have you had a fellow stop by there tonight? Well, this one wouldn't be a customer anyway. A private detective. Name of...
Arbogast.
Arbogast. What? And after he left? No, that's okay, Norman. This detective was there. Norman told him about the girl. The detective thanked him, and he went away.
And he didn't come back? He didn't see the mother?
Your detective told you he couldn't come right back because he was going to question Norman Bates's mother, right?
Yes.
Norman Bates's mother has been dead and buried in Green Lawn Cemetery for the past 10 years.
I helped Norman pick out the dress she was buried in. Periwinkle blue.
It ain't only local history, Sam. It's the only case of murder and suicide on Fairvale ledgers. Mrs. Bates poisoned this guy she was involved with when she found out he was married. Then took a helping to the same stuff herself. Strychnine. Ugly way to die.
Norman found them dead together. In bed.
You mean that old woman I saw sitting in the window out there wasn't Bates' mother?
Now, wait a minute, Sam. Are you sure you saw an old woman?
Yes. In the house behind the motel. I called and pounded, but she just ignored me.
You want to tell me you saw Norman Bates's mother?
But it had to be. Because Arbogast said so, too. And the young man wouldn't let him see her because she was too ill.
Well, if the woman up there is Mrs. Bates, who's that woman buried out in Green Lawn Cemetery?
I'm gonna bring something up.
I am sorry, boy, but you do manage to look ludicrous when you give me orders.
Please, Mother.
No, I will not hide in the fruit cellar. You think I'm fruity, huh? I'm staying right here. This is my room, and no one will drag me out of it. Least of all, my big, bold son.
They'll come now, Mother. He came after the girl, and now someone will come after him. Mother, please, it's just for a few days. Just for a few days so they won't find you.
Just for a few days. In that dark, dank fruit cellar. No! You hid me there once, boy, and you won't do it again. Not ever again. Now get out! I told you to get out, boy.
I'll carry you, Mother.
Norman, what do you think you're doing? Don't you touch me. Don't! Norman! Put me down. Put me down. I can walk on my own.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We thought if you didn't mind, we'd drive out to that motel with you.
He's already been.
Went out for service.
Did you two have breakfast?
You didn't find anything.
Nothing. Let's clear the way here.
Well, what did he say about my sister?
Just what he told your detective. She used a fake name. Saw the register myself. Saw the whole place, as a matter of fact. That boy's alone there.
No mother.
You must have seen an illusion, Sam. I know you're not the seeing illusions type. But no woman was there, and I don't believe in ghosts, so there it is.
I still feel that there's something.
See, you do. I'm sorry I couldn't make you feel better. You want to come around to my office this afternoon and report a missing person and a theft is what you want to do. The sooner you drop this in the lap of the law, that's the sooner you stand a chance of your sister being picked up. How about that?
I don't know.
It's Sunday. Come on. on over to the house and do your reporting around dinner time. It'll make it nicer. You too, Sam.
Thank you. Maybe I am the seeing illusions type.
No, you're not.
Well, you want me to drop you at the hotel, or...?
Sam, I still won't feel satisfied until I go out there.
Neither will I. Come on.
We better decide what we're going to say or do when we walk in there.
We're going to register as man and wife. We're going to get shown to a cabin. And then we're going to search every inch of the place, inside and out.
I wonder where Norman Bates does his hermiting.
Someone's at that window. I just saw the curtain move.
Well?
Just coming up the ring for you.
Uh-huh. Suppose you want a room?
We were going to try to make it straight to San Francisco, but we don't like the look of that sky. Looks like a bad day coming, doesn't it?
Okay. I'll take you to cabin 10.
Better sign in first, hadn't we?
No, that's not necessary.
My boss is paying for this trip, and, well, it's 90% business. He wants practically notarized receipts. I better sign in and get a receipt.
Thank you. I'll get your bags.
Haven't any.
I'll show you the room, then.
First time I've ever seen it happen. You check in any other place in this country without bags, and you have to pay in advance.
$10.
That receipt.
I'll go on ahead.
All right, there's your receipt. Now I'll show you the cabin.
Don't bother yourself. We'll find it.
Sam, we have to go into that cabin and search it, no matter what we're afraid of finding or how much it may hurt.
I know. Do you think if something happened...
But if you had a useless business like this motel, what would you need to get out, to get a new business somewhere else? $40,000?
How could we prove that? Well, if he opens a motel on the new highway, say it.
There must be some proof that exists now. Something that proves he got that money away from Marion somehow.
What makes you sound so certain?
Arbogast. He liked me, Sam. Or he felt sorry for me, and he was beginning to feel the same way about you. I could tell the last time I talked to him on the phone. He wouldn't have gone anywhere or done anything without telling us unless he was stopped. And he was stopped. So he must have found out something.
We'll start with cabin 1. If he sees us, we're just taking the air.
washed down. Look, some figure has been added to or subtracted from 40,000. That proves Marion was here. To be too wild to
Bates
coincidence.
never denied she was here.
Well, doesn't that prove that he found out about the money?
We simply ask him where he's hidden it.
No. But that old woman, whoever she is, she told Arbogast something. I want her to tell us the same thing.
You can't go up there.
Why not?
Bates.
Well, let's find him. One of us can keep him occupied while the other gets to the old woman.
You'll never be able to hold him still if he doesn't want to be held. I don't like you going to that house alone.
I can handle a sick old woman.
All right, I'll find Bates and keep him occupied. Wait a minute. You get anything out of the mother? Can you find your way back to town?
Yes, of course.
If you do get anything, don't stop to tell me.
You looking for me?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact. Wife's taking a nap, and I never can keep quiet enough for her, so I just thought I'd look you up and talk.
Good. You satisfied with your cabin?
Oh, it's fine. I've been doing all the talking so far, haven't I? I thought it was the people who were alone most of the time who did all the talking when they got the chance. Here you are doing all the listening. You're alone here, aren't you? You drive me crazy.
I think that would be a rather extreme reaction, don't you?
Just an expression. What I meant was, I'd do just about anything to get away. Wouldn't you?
No.
Mrs. Bates?
I'm not saying you shouldn't be contented here. I'm just doubting that you are. I think if you saw a chance to get out from under, you'd unload this place.
This place? This place happens to be my only world. I grew up in that house up there. I had a very happy childhood. My mother and I were more than happy.
frightened. Have I been saying something frightening?
I don't know what you've been saying.
I've been talking about your mother, about your motel. How are you going to do it?
Do what?
Buy a new one? In a new town where you won't have to hide your mother?
Why don't you just get in your car and drive away from here, okay?
Where will you get the money to do that, Bates? Or do you already have it, socked away?
Shut up!
A lot of it. $40,000. I bet your mother knows where the money is and what you did to get it. I think she'll tell us.
Where's that girl you came here with? Where is she?
Mrs. Bates.
If anyone gets any answers, it'll be the psychiatrist. Even I couldn't get to Norman. He knows me. You warm enough, miss?
Yes.
Did he talk to you? No. I got the whole story, but not from Norman. I got it from his mother. Norman Bates no longer exists. He only half existed to begin with. And now, the other half has taken over. Probably for all time.
Did he kill my sister?
Yes. And no. Well, now, look, if you're trying to lay some psychiatric groundwork for some sort of plea, this fellow would like to cop this. A psychiatrist doesn't lay the groundwork. He merely tries to explain it.
But my sister is...
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. The private investigator, too. If you drag that swamp somewhere in the vicinity of the motel, you'll... Unsolved missing persons cases on your books? Yes, 2. Young girls. Did he confess to... Like I said, the mother. Now, to understand it the way I understood it, hearing it from the mother, that is, from the mother half of Norman's mind, you have to go back 10 years. To the time when Norman murdered his mother and her lover. Now, he was already dangerously disturbed. Had been ever since his father died. His mother was a clinging, demanding woman. And for years, the two of them lived as if there was no one else in the world. Then, she met a man. And it seemed to Norman that she threw him over for this man. Now, that pushed him over the line, and he killed them both. Matricide is probably the most unbearable crime of all. Most unbearable to the son who commits it. So, he had to erase the crime, at least in his own mind. He stole her corpse.
weighted coffin was buried. He hid the body in the fruit cellar. Even treated it to keep it as well as it would keep. And that still wasn't enough. She was there, but she was a corpse. So he began to think and speak for her. Give her half his life, so to speak. At times, he could be both personalities, carry on conversations. At other times, the mother half took over completely. Now, he was never all Norman, but he was often only mother. And because he was so pathologically jealous of her, he assumed that she was as jealous of him. Therefore, if he felt a strong attraction to any other woman, the mother side of him would go wild. When he met your sister, he was touched by her, aroused by her. He wanted her. That set off the jealous mother, and mother killed the girl. Now, after the murder, Norman returned as if from a deep sleep. And like a dutiful son, covered up all traces of the crime he was convinced his mother had committed.
Why was he dressed like that?
He's a transvestite.
Not exactly. A man who dresses in women's clothing in order to achieve a sexual change or satisfaction is a transvestite. But in Norman's case, he was simply doing everything possible to keep alive the illusion of his mother being alive. And when reality came too close, when danger or desire threatened that illusion, he'd dress up, even to a cheap wiki bought. He'd walk about the house, sit in her chair, speak in her voice. He tried to be his mother. And now he is. Now, that's what I meant when I said I got the story from the mother. You see, when the mind houses two personalities, there's always a conflict, a battle. In Norman's case, the battle is over, and the dominant personality has won.
And the $40,000? Who got that?
The swamp. These were crimes of passion, not profit.
He feels a little chill. Can I bring him this blanket?
Sure. All right.
Thank you. It's sad when a mother has to speak the words that condemn her own son, but I couldn't allow them to believe that I would commit murder. They'll put him away now, as I should have, years ago. He was always bad, and in the end he intended to tell them I killed those girls and that man, as if I could do anything except just sit and stare, like one of his stuffed birds. Oh, they know I can't even move a finger, and I won't. I'll just sit here and be quiet, just in case they do suspect me. They're probably watching me. Well, let them. Let them see what kind of a person I am. I'm not even gonna swat that fly. I hope they are watching. They'll see. They'll see, and they'll know, and they'll say, why, she wouldn't even harm a fly.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is the new horror thriller Where Silence Means Survival, A Quiet Place, starring Emily Blunt and John Krasinski. Lee, Evelyn, and their 2 children have survived in a post-apocalyptic world by finding ways to keep quiet and avoid summoning vicious, sound-detecting predators. But how long can this family survive in a world where any sound they make could be their last? Now, I checked out the trailer, and this does look like a pretty solid post-apocalyptic thriller, which as far as like horror movie subgenres go, I gotta say post-apocalyptic thrillers are among my favorites. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be going seeing this movie in the theaters when it comes out. And when does it come out, you may ask? A Quiet Place will be in theaters April 6th. That's A Quiet Place, starring John Krasinski and Emily Blunt, in theaters April 6th.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
I gotta say, one of my favorite things about the residual high of having eaten a bunch of edibles and you wake up still stoned is that what it's nice is that, like, nothing's real and there's no consequences, and it's like a get out of jail free card for whatever you do.
Didn't you have those edibles 48 hours ago?
No, I did it again last night. I've just been trying to sleep. But what it does is make it so, like, you sort of feel like I'm a traveling, wandering god, like a Loki, and I can tell people what to do, and I could do whatever I want, and it's like they can't see me. Or they'll laugh if they saw me doing something bad.
Well, maybe that's what happened to the character we're going to talk about today. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel with Marcus Parks. We got Henry Zabrowski over there.
Teflon Henry Zabrowski. Ain't nothing going to stick to me today because I'm not a part of your world. I'm not.
Everything sticks to you.
I'm like the Little Mermaid. I am not a part of your world.
Oh my goodness. You took a bunch of brownies last night that were full of weed. I watched the show Moonshiners, and there was a funny moment where they were wrapping this bucket in cheesecloth, and this woman said, if it was easy, everyone would do it. But I thought that was funny because it's not true. You know, like no one would do it no matter how easy it was because it's moonshining. Different nights. All right, so today's episode, this is huge, by the way. This one, people have been asking about this dude for a long time. We're finally getting to him. Rasputin.
Just say it one more time.
Rasputin. Rasputin. Right?
Oh, we got Rasputin.
How else are you supposed to say it?
Rasputin.
Rasputin. That is how it's supposed to be said. It's supposed to be said with a Russian mystery. Rasputin. Rasputin. There's a lot of different types of names in this episode.
Well, I've been listening to a lot of Alabama lately. Song of the South.
I'm glad that stop saying Song of the South. Don't ever say it ever again in a podcast.
All right, Dixieland Delight. I could name both of their songs.
Well, Grigory Rasputin, a.k.a. the Mad Monk, and Grishka to his friends, was a spiritual advisor, for lack of a better term, who wormed his way into the highest echelons of power at the end of the Imperial era in Russia in the early 20th century.
Ooh, cool.
Now, a lot of myths and tall tales have been told about Rasputin over the last century or so that helped to make him the booger bear that brought down the Russian Empire.
The booger bear.
Yeah.
That's not a term.
No, it's not a term.
No.
And I can't... First of all, it makes me think of the most adorable baby Charmin bear that they nicknamed Booger Bear, because you can also use toilet paper for your nose.
This is not the first time I've mentioned Booger Bear on the show.
I would have remembered. I'm pretty certain I would have remembered. Same thing with him calling it a cuckoo clock. But the Rasputin being a Booger Bear is interesting because Booger Bear, you'd make it cute. But for me, I just imagine a big, shirtless, wet man that everybody calls Booger Bear because no one knows his fucking origin, and he's just covered in his own nose slime.
Right. Yeah, he's like the dog. He's like the dog from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, or the father of Honey Boo Boo.
But that's not far off from Rasputin, and these were active style choices that he made.
Well, a lot of the rumors and myths about Rasputin aren't true.
No, which is really sad because, again, it's a classic example of, like, they built up a whole mysterious world of Rasputin being this powerful wizard and doing weird dark sex magic and shit. But half the time, of course, there's going to be a middle ground in this story of what is real and what is fantastique.
Very common. I was talking to my friend Samano Bobby about Che Guevara. Evidently, he stunk.
Really?
Bad odor.
Oh.
Not brought up.
Well, we're going to talk about Rasputin's odor later on, or lack of, or the rumor of.
Yes.
Okay.
Speaking of which, the rumors and innuendo about Rasputin came from two places: his contemporary enemies in Imperial Russia and the Soviet Union, who used Rasputin as an example of the debaucherous evil that came before the formation of the USSR.
Okay.
But since the Russians have only fairly recently made their files on Rasputin public following the fall of the Soviet Union, the picture of Rasputin that has since formed shows somewhat of a different man. The story goes that Rasputin was responsible for the fall of the House of Romanov, a dynasty that had ruled Russia for 300 years by the time Rasputin came onto the scene. Through Rasputin's actions, Tsar Nicholas II and his wife Alex were led astray by this mysterious Siberian monk whose only motivations in life were supernatural evil, chaos, and sex.
Well, let's not minimize that by saying only. Aren't those quite grand motivations?
I'd like to think so. It seems to be a life goal. If that's what you want to do every day, you wake up and I want to make sure I am sowing as much supernatural evil, chaos, and sex in your life, you'll get it. It's going to be after polyamory festivals or Jade festivals somewhere in Arizona.
Well, I'm not saying only in like a minimizing way.
Right.
I'm saying only as in like singular, or in this case, triangular.
Laser focus.
Laser focus, yes.
Laser focused.
Yeah, but the whole truth is actually a lot more complicated. What we're aiming to do in this series is to dispel the myths that surround one of the most mysterious figures of the 20th century while also painting this man just as he was. A man.
But he was a fucking cool ass dude. I love this story. I mean, he's done bad things. Obviously, he's done bad things.
He did really awful shit.
But it's very metal, and a lot of this fucking, when I think of this story quite a bit, it's like a man just followed with like, as he's spinning through the fucking Russian forest, fighting demons and shit that may be a part of his mind, but he's making them real. And he's out there wrestling them, and women are falling for him, and he's drinking as much stinky vodka as he could put into his big flappy mouth.
He does seem like someone who really takes Slipknot seriously. Just like I know you're hearing the band, like, but are you listening? Are you listening? I know
Are you
hearing
even
it.
aware of the lore of Slipknot and how the masks are a different chapter for each section of the fantasy line?
No, Rasputin was not necessarily what you would call a cult leader. He had followers, yes, but he was more of an advisor, like a worm tongue. He did not want to strictly rule. He more wanted to be around those who ruled.
Huh, like John Hornacek.
What?
Cora Malone, John Stockton.
Yeah.
Hornacek just liked to be on the team.
Utah Jazz,
mid-90s.
I'm not letting any of this fake music basketball information sully the fake shit I've already put into my mind.
Now, like a cult leader, Rasputin liked to play with people, but he didn't have that one skill that we always say is one of, if not the most important, when it comes to running a successful cult. Organization.
Or a podcast network. We could maybe use a little bit of that as well. But the truth is that cult leaders have an eye for delegating authority and structure, societal structures. And they know that what you have to do is put people to work. Rasputin, in my mind, quite a bit, because what we're going to see and what we're going to show in these next couple episodes is that Rasputin was actually also very self-conscious of his image and knew what he was building and how to attract people to it. To me, he's more of a big stinky Madonna than anything, where he hit on a style and everybody got into it, and technically is the first practitioner of what I believe is a subgenre that only Rasputin does, which is crust goth.
I think I was accidentally a crust goth when I was 12.
Trust me, it is definitely a subgenre that exists. I knew quite a few crust goths in college.
It's very easy to be one.
Now, that image that Rasputin was trying to make for himself, all that was about making him a great man. That's really all he wanted. It just didn't matter to him what kind of great man he was. I mean, don't get us wrong. This guy is a monster of history. His actions led to untold misery for millions on a macro scale and hundreds on the micro. And actually, he's one of those guys where you really wonder if the whole of 20th century history might have been different if you would have just plucked Rasputin out of it.
It's fucking true, dude. It's fucking a lot lot of shits on his shoulders.
First ignorant question of the podcast. What years we talking about here?
We're talking, like World War I years here. Like, we're talking like 1900 to 1917. These are some of the most consequential years of the 20th century. It set the tone for the entire 100 years.
World War I, a war so fun we did it again.
That's a very controversial statement. Very controversial advertisement.
You know, I'm just saying I could have been a great McNamara. I could have, you know, that's how you brand Vietnam. It's like World War II, we're doing it again.
And we're also going to be stealing a little bit from Dan Carlin's concept of the capital G great man, about how, like, what we're going to tell is the story is that what we also learned from Jim Jones and we've learned from other cult leaders is that laser-like focus and adherence to like personal, even fake, insane values can drive you really far in this world. And somehow this stinky, I keep using stinky because that's a lot of people constantly talk about with them. This hammered,
it's possibly a rumor.
It's true. This horny version of the World War I version of Forrest Gump managed to get crazy access to very important people, and he used it very sinisterly.
And Forrest Gump used it very positively. Who doesn't love shrimp?
Well, despite all that, Rasputin was not the supernatural beast of mysticism and magic that we've been led to believe he is. I mean, like everyone we cover, Rasputin's basically just another piece of shit. So, the two books we're using for research on this series are Rasputin, The Untold Story by Joseph T. Furman. Furman. I'm sorry.
No, it's not that. It's just I hate when books are titled The Untold Story. Is it blank?
You're telling the story.
It's the now told story. I hate the term untold.
You can't say now told.
Now telling.
The story I'm currently telling of Rasputin.
Yes.
You do that in really tiny type on top of it and just label it Rasputin.
Right.
Well, the other book is Rasputin, Faith, Power, and the Twilight of the Romanovs by Douglas Smith.
Cool.
Now, this kind of story is new ground for us as we've never really covered world history in previous episodes. It's definitely new ground. So right up top, we want to make sure everyone knows that we're not claiming to be historians here.
No, we are not. No, we're not.
Shocking revelation.
The kernel of CBD gel I still have stuck to my wisdom tooth is evidence of that.
I know there's some people out there who are huge buffs of Imperial Russian history. Like, I knew a guy in college, he turned the entire first floor of his house into like this weird kind of museum dedicated specifically to the Romanovs.
Wow, nowadays, if your roommate is doing that, you call the fucking FBI and say he's planning to kill a bunch of people. Because you don't devote a whole section of your... I guess maybe it does make you peaceful.
It's a museum. I think if they just have a corner of their room with specific candles and pictures of people that they don't like around, and they're constantly licking their gun, then you call the police.
I call that pulling a Cunanan.
Yes.
No, this is just a sweet guy who was intensely obsessed with the Romanov family.
Awesome. We went to that. What was it? Was that in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
The people who turned their entire house into the museum. Very fun.
Yeah.
Strange place to live, but fun.
Yeah, it's great stuff. But my point here is that, there are people that know this shit backwards and forwards, and so, we might get a couple of things wrong here and there. And especially when it comes to like the World War I stuff, because that is insanely complicated.
I know all about World War I.
Also, especially the names. Because reading these books, reading Rasputin, The Untold Story that is currently being told that you are reading, I learned that I can't pronounce the names. I don't know. They all kind of blend together sometimes, and it kind of feels like when you're deep into like book 4 of Dune, and they're just rattling off like the different house names and all the different dukes and arch lords and all that shit, and you're just like, I just hope that we get back to the plot at some point and tell me where do we find out where they kept his penis, which is in the end the first driving thought of mine during the research Rasputin is, where's his cock? I've heard they got his cock.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Names. That's basically all the Bible is too. It's just listing of names.
Hezekiah, son of Jeremiah, son of Mitzekiah. Yes.
And then somehow they slip in homophobia.
Yeah, we're going to fuck up some names here. There's a ton of very difficult to pronounce names and places. We're going to get some wrong here and there, but please know that we're going to do our best with everything here.
Yeah.
Like we're trying our hardest.
I do love that we try to nip mean tweets in the bud.
We have to now. I'm tired of them. We just have to.
All right, let's do this.
So with that, let's get into the life of Rasputin.
Can you handle the eyes of the dark monk himself?
So Grigory Efimovich Rasputin, known as Grishka to the townsfolk, Grishka meaning friend.
Oh.
Was born in 1869 in the desolate wasteland of Siberia in the small town of Pokrovskoye. And this being 1869, not a lot is known about his parents. His father, Ephraim, was, according to records, chunky, unkempt, and stooped.
Yeah, you mean Siberian. He's Siberian. Technically, they measure how much land you should receive from the government by how many degrees your stoop goes from the center of your back.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, his mother is hardly mentioned at all, but both of them seem to be like fairly normal Siberian peasants. Just regular salt of the earth.
Emphasis on salt.
I would assume.
The only negative thing about his father that was said, if you could even consider this a strong negative or even slightly remarkable for a Russian peasant, was that he had a taste for, quote, strong vodka.
That's totally normal.
Yes, I think so. It's very cold in Siberia. I feel like a lot of people are like strong vodka, and it'd be weird, actually, if you liked weak vodka.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the blanket, it's a liquid blanket.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I do not go to bed and look at a bottle of vodka and be like, thank you for being my blanket tonight for another night.
That definitely is not the first time you've referred to booze as a liquid blanket.
It's a liquid blanket.
No, that's a classic. No, people always, the whiskey, that's the sweater inside. You know that. That's been said before.
You just shoot yourself like a big drunk canary and just pull a blanket like over your face, and then now it's time for sleep. Even in the middle of the day, you can go to sleep as long as it's dark.
Now, one of the first myths we'll tackle has to do with something as simple as Rasputin's name. Now, some have said, historians included, that Rasputin's family was so poor that they had no last name.
Wow.
Now, the name Rasputin, they said, was given to him as an adult, as calling him Grigory Rasputin was akin to calling him Grigory the Drunk. Oh. Rasputin being derived from the word Rasputnichat, which means debaucherous.
So far, so good on these names.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's 100 for 100. Also, a part of it's like, his name's Greg.
Yeah, his name's Greg.
Greg. Just imagine it's just essentially the American version name is Greg Drunk. That's what he was. If he came here, which I guess it doesn't help you come to this country.
Sounds like someone who might start Breitbart.
But in reality, the name Rasputin is nothing more than a geographical designation used to describe the Rasputin family's hometown. In Russian, at least back then, a word for crossroads was Rasputin, making the name no more extraordinary than Rhodes or Strada.
Huh. His name was Greg Drunk Roads?
Well, essentially, what it meant, oh man, yeah, it's essentially a Greg Drunk Driving. That's his name.
That brings it to another level.
Now, another possibly more appropriate, Rasputitsa, which is a word that describes the muddy Siberian spring season that actually makes it impossible to travel by road.
Which then you can see the entomological, is that the term?
I think so.
Entomological?
No, I think entomological means, I think that's bugs. I think you mean etymological.
Entomologals. The word science, if you think about it, is that a muddy road and traveling through it is akin to being drunk, so you can see how the name slowly turned into drunk over time.
Okay.
Well, no, it never was drunk.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I just learned something. I just let something absorb.
And the myths about what happened before little Grigory was even born don't stop there. One of the myths created by Rasputin's contemporary enemies concerned the sexual habits of his parents. The paper Morning of Russia published a story that said that Rasputin's father Yefim was such a sexual deviant that he dared to have sex with his wife Anna while she was pregnant with Rasputin.
Yes.
On one occasion, when Anna refused to have sex, it said, while she was pregnant, Yefim supposedly screamed in reference to the baby inside her, quote,
"Push it out! Hurry up and push it out!"
This, they say, resulted in the childhood nickname pushed out Grishka.
Oh,
God.
pushed out Grishka.
I'm starting to think these Russians are just having fun with us.
I tell you what, a lot of these peppers I've been eating recently have been fucking up with my pushed out Grishka, which is really fucking with me today.
Good Lord.
It was also said in the same article that when Anna grew too large for vaginal sex, a handyman witnessed them engaging in a bit of anal, although I don't really see how that's easier.
What is this? Why are these stories? Why does this exist as a storyline?
Because at the time, people were really, people hated Rasputin, and so they were trying to smear him as scandalously as possible. And I guess anal is bad, but at the same time, I kind of think it's refreshing that his parents were still sexually active.
Yeah, this is the best parent that we've ever covered. You're the best duo here that we've covered so far.
Well, I don't know if the whole anal thing is true.
How would they know?
They do anal. I know that they do.
No, but how would what was it? Who found them?
The handyman.
First of all, we need to investigate this handyman.
Yes, hello, I am the handyman. I can tell difference between vaginal hole and butthole. The butthole, it makes the woman go, wow, 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 which is what, unfortunately, Mrs. Rasputin was a say.
Well, yeah, the thing was that they didn't need to exaggerate Rasputin's sexual habits. He was a hardcore sex addict who did a litany of awful things that we're going to cover. But really, why did they bring his mother's butthole into this whole thing?
Don't know.
There was no reason for that.
I've said that. Leave it alone.
I will tell you, I did miss the sentence originally when I was going over the outline that it said that they had engaged in anal sex, and all I saw was the sentence of mom's butthole. Why did they bring his mom's butthole and this whole thing? So then I Googled Rasputin mom's butthole, and I gotta say, there is some controversial stuff.
I'm sure there is.
So the land in which Rasputin was born, Siberia, could be described as a collection of middle-of-nowheres. It makes up 77% of Russia's land, but only a quarter of its population. And the population was even less in Rasputin's time. Now, it does have quite the frozen tundra wasteland reputation, and that is deserved up north. But the majority of people lived in southern Siberia, which actually has better weather than Alaska.
Really? Don't get jealous, Alaska. This is not your fault.
But that's not to say that it's not barren. It is, but at the very least, it was able to support agriculture, which was the Rasputin family trade. And the Rasputins had lived there forever, hundreds of years. And this actually tells you a lot about the Rasputins. It wasn't really until the 19th century that Russians started seriously immigrating to Siberia, and even then, those that did come were of what you'd call a desperate sort.
Yeah, how sad are you when you have to immigrate to Siberia? That's the place you want to be leaving.
They view it as a place of freedom because they have a reputation of being independent. When you go to Siberia, it's kind of like the Wild Wild West, part of America, where you go out there and it was about
now I'm
people.
thinking about a huge robotic spider.
I'm sorry.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. But you go out there essentially for Lebensraum, living space. You know that term, Kissel, because your grandfather had spray painted all over the base.
Right, thank you.
But
it's
a
the
part
world
of what they
actually
wanted.
started labor unions. But we don't
That's true. But that's kind of a little bit of the drive to go to Siberia, but it's still, I think it probably sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a drive to go there, but it's also where Russia made people go. It's where it dumped its undesirables, even before the days of the Soviet gulags and the terrifying modern Siberian prisons that we see on Lock Up Raw today.
Okay.
This is where they sent the weirdos and the religious leaders and the political exiles. This is the place that you sent people when you just wanted them out of the way. But just like a lot of other isolated wildernesses in the world where life is short, brutal, and miserable, the people of Siberia were deeply religious. But those people also had a kind of odd relationship with the church. And the major religion was Eastern Christian Orthodox, which is pretty much Catholic, not Catholic.
Catholic, not Catholic.
They're Catholic number. They're second Catholic. They're
Like
right
Lutherans.
behind the Catholics.
We always how we described as the Lutherans was Catholics without discipline.
The Eastern Orthodox, they're in between Lutherans and Catholics.
Okay.
Yeah, they still have all the pomp and the rituals that the Catholics have. They just don't follow the Pope.
Well, it seems like the Russian government, I tried to dip a toe into the religious history of Russia, and I will say, It is complicated. I try to understand it. Just the Greek Orthodox versus Russian Orthodox there's a lot of different differences in there. I know that my mentally handicapped cousins had a Greek Orthodox wedding, and it was 3 hours long, and there's a lot of circling each other. So I know that they draw a lot of pictures, big ornate pictures, and it seems the government was always either at odds or in cahoots with the religion, with different types of religions at different parts in Russian history. So different times the church's stock would go up and then lessen in terms of influence in the country.
It does seem like most of the research you did on this religion was at your mentally handicapped cousin's wedding.
Yes, it was like I took a master's course in how to be uncomfortable.
Now, what spoke to these people, the people of Russia, and especially the peasants of Russia, was not dogma or theology as much as it was the icons and the rituals. Only 4% of Siberia was literate at that time, so it's not like people were at home studying the Bible. And more than anything, these people just wanted something that sounded good, which made Russia at the time fertile ground for a whole host of flim-flam men that had the ears of both peasants and royalty, and Rasputin was the best flim-flam man of all.
All right.
If I were to write flim-flam next to Rasputin's name in terms of like a job title, I would use 2 capital Fs.
Wow.
And Rasputin, what's also interesting about the people of Siberia that I seem to sort of absorb is the idea of fatalism was rampant, and especially in peasant life. The idea of God gives us whatever it is that he gives us, including suffering, including being conned, including everything that's happened. So everything that happens essentially for a reason, and we're supposed to take it. Our suffering is God's will, and so we're going to be fine with it. So you have a lot of people that roll with difficult shit. So it kind of, I wouldn't say gullibility, but it definitely it adds fire to what Rasputin just kind of like came at the right time when his shit was also perfectly absorbed by the people looking for somebody confident to listen to.
Well, they got to be knocked down for you to pick them up.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I say.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to play into shit later on, without a doubt.
Is that what you do when you just stare at horses going around Prospect Park? You just yelling at that? Yelling at people?
So the legend goes that Rasputin was born on a cold January night, and as his mother gave birth, a comet screamed across the Siberian sky above their home. And this marked Grigory as a great man to be.
Ooh.
This was, of course, not true, but according to Rasputin, the untold story, such omens were kind of the norm in rural Russia. Other omens talked about babies being born with iron teeth, dogs born with 6 legs, or snakes falling from the sky.
That's scary.
Now, all of these things were omens that pestilence and death were sure to come to the village. You know, the baby with the iron teeth, the dog born with 6 legs, the snake falling from the sky.
They're literally just creating James Bond villains.
Yes. That's very unlucky.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that was because all of this shit, like death and pestilence, were very common, and people needed something on which they could blame their misery. For example, the infant mortality rate in Siberia at this time was brutally high. Out of 8 kids, possibly 9, Rasputin was the only one to survive past childhood.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to be very strong to live past all the other kids, especially they all just very casually, the kids die, they throw them on top of the potato pile, and then they start fucking again, and they make another one, and then they just pop it out and be like, its face fell off. Like, oh, so does God give us this fate? And they throw it in the river, and then they fuck again and have another kid. And so by then, I imagine, it does make you a weird person watching baby after baby die, and you just stare, and they're like, we deserve this. And everyone's just sucking on vodka and lifting rocks from one place to another.
Yeah. I mean, they really just treated them more like potential workers, right?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like people just sort of accepted it. They didn't really talk about it at all. It was just once one kid left, it's like, all right, well, that's the way it goes.
All right.
You know, and this shit, it produces weird people, and Rasputin was the weirdest one out of them.
Oh, wow.
Like, first of all, he was scared of shadows because he thought that all shadows were filled with ghosts waiting to jump out and get him.
You know? I can see it. I don't think that's that irrational for a child.
Technically, that is what George Norrie is like now.
Rasputin also said he never stole as a child because he could see if a person was a thief just by looking at him.
Ooh.
He said that he could even see what they had stolen, and since he assumed that everyone could do that, he never stole. But as we'll see, that was a huge goddamn lie.
You know, Sheriff Joe Arpaio said the exact same thing, but it just turns out he was racially profiled.
Oh.
Yeah.
Today's last podcast on the left is also sponsored by Grasshopper. If you're an entrepreneur, a small business owner, or even if you have a side gig, let me introduce you to Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Grasshopper lets you run your business from your cell phone while keeping your business and personal life separate. Choose from their huge inventory of local, toll-free, or vanity toll-free numbers. Simply forward your new number to your mobile phone and start taking calls immediately. Whether you're in an office, in your car, or out running errands, Grasshopper's iPhone and Android apps help you stay. You can send and receive calls and texts from your business phone number, set up multiple extensions for everyone on your team, get your voicemails transcribed and emailed to you, work from anywhere with call forwarding, make and receive calls from your computer via the desktop app, and even utilize Wi-Fi calling. Better yet, Grasshopper offers an easy and instant setup and 24/7 customer support, all without any long-term contracts. That's Grasshopper. Sign up today. Go to grasshopper.com/LEFT to get $20 off your first month. That's grasshopper.com/LEFT. Now, Rasputin was also a bedwetter, which for some reason made him an outsider in a village of outsiders, as the moment the bedwetting got out, none of the other kids wanted to be around him.
How does the bedwetting stories, how do they always get out?
Because it's common, you smell like pee. You show up someplace, you smell like pee, they're like, hey, Sputin, you're smelling like a lot more like piss today than you did yesterday. He's like, because I make a soup in my pants. And they're like, oh, okay. And, he just unwittingly, because he was a weird kid. And also in Siberia, bedwetting is reserved for the parents.
But through it all, Rasputin still had a love for his homeland. He'd come back, even after he was one of the most influential people in all of Russia. Once a year, he'd go back and hang out in his small town.
You got to remember your roots.
It does seem a little Romeo and Michelle every time he does it, though. He shows up kind of look at me now. Hey, more hairy, huh? The time does this to me. You fucking guys, love you. Hey, get out of here.
Yeah, that is a good point. It might just be trips to go brag.
And even as a child, Rasputin had a deep and abiding faith in God, a lot like Jim Jones. But it was around the age of 8 that Rasputin's path took a turn for the supposedly supernatural. He and his cousin both came down with pneumonia after falling into a river, and only Rasputin survived. Now, because his cousin was apparently the only kid who'd hang out with him, Rasputin turned to horses for company, and pretty soon he said that he could communicate with them on a mental level.
Ooh. Did you do the same thing?
No, I didn't commune with horses.
He would never communicate with horses. But you do get the feeling when Marcus said that, he's like, you don't do that. You get to know the horse power and horse wisdom. It's not meant for man. My uncle did it. He's been in a coma for 30 years.
No, you got to earn a horse's trust. Yeah. You can't just break in there.
Hey, man, you don't got to tell me.
Well, really, I mean, it seems like all of Rasputin's outward miracles when he was a kid had to do with the horse at some time or another.
Oh, he just seemed like he was good with horses.
Yeah, he was great with horses.
Chip Gaines is great with horses.
Yes, he is. Fixer-upper.
And when Rasputin was 12, he was in bed with a high fever when he heard adults talking in the other room. They were discussing a recent theft in which the poorest man of town had lost his only horse.
Oh.
Rasputin got out of bed, looked at the faces of the men in discussion, pointed at one of them, and screamed,
"He stole the horse!"
Oh, no. This is how the Salem witch trial started.
But that's what happens. He's a weird, sickly kid. He's all covered in fever. He shuffles out going, "That mine is the thief there." And they're like, "Get out of here, you sweaty, weird little boy." And then he goes back to sleep, and then they find him later on.
Yeah, the father apologized, but he said, the kid's just sick. He's talking nonsense. But the other guys are like, well, maybe this kid's onto something here.
Why wouldn't he be? Yeah.
So they followed the guy home, and they found him trying to move the horse.
Yeah, he was trying to launder the horse. And so the problem is because the boy is right. And when the boy is right, that means everybody else is wrong. You know what I mean? Which is bad for the town.
Yep, he's like the Rainmaker from Looper.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the man was beaten within an inch of his life, as was the custom, and the town finally put...
How do you know when the inch is up? like what's the final hit?
Siberians know.
Okay.
Well, they do the old school wrestling thing where they lift the hand to see if it holds to give him the 3 count.
Well, after that, the town finally put little Grigori's bedwetting habit aside and gave him just the tiniest bit of respect.
Look at that.
Well, it seemed like it was also a mixture of fear because they got a weird reputation. Where it's like immediately it happened like he's a bed pisser. He's a very strange child. All he does is hang out with horses and whisper on them all day long. And then he comes out with this very accurate prediction, and they all immediately get nervous, being like, if he can see that we steal, then that means that we can't steal. Now what we have to do is treat this as if it's real, and we need to isolate the boy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but, the reverence it wouldn't last long because when Rasputin got older, he developed a taste for vodka to rival even that of his father.
All right.
He turned into a lecherous troublemaker, earning the nickname Sniveler and Snotnose.
Cool.
It's pretty sweet. It does sound like the second line of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys characters.
I was going to say that. Yep, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, and he did actually have those nicknames. That wasn't a smear by his enemies, but his enemies...
It's freezing cold and he's trashed, of course. Let the snot roll.
But the enemies, I mean, they made him out to be pretty much this young devil, even though, he wasn't that bad by Russian peasant standards. This is what one propaganda leaflet said about him.
In his youth, Rasputin was uncommonly helpless, with a foul mouth, inarticulate speech, driveling, dirty as can be, a thief and blasphemer. He was the fright of his native village.
Siberian. He's Siberian.
Now, they followed that with accusations of vodka and horse thievery, two of the worst things you could do back in those days.
Yes.
It cannot be easy to steal a horse.
It's pretty. I mean, you just kind of get on it and you're right off.
You hit it with the fucking hammer and then you drag it on the cart.
You can definitely only steal one at a time.
Yeah, well, unless you got a buddy. But that's the thing. Actually, you can, because what you do is you'd hop on one horse and you got the other horse like tied to a rope or something like that, and that horse will follow you if you got a rope jerking.
Or you got a dick like Apu's tail, which is what he has, and it's fucking it's got a prehensile edge to it that can grab the vodka and stick it up your asshole like those old dirty jokes about the guy with the elephant trunk dick.
I have no idea what your father read to you as a child.
In reality, Rasputin was probably just like a snotty kid.
Sure.
One of the only things on record concerning Rasputin was that he did 2 days in jail for giving, quote, a rude attitude to a local government official.
Okay.
Well, he had gothy properties, right?
Yeah.
He started off as a tiny little Dracula, and he knew instinctively as a little boy to lean into the role of being mysterious and being unpredictable, like I have been in the past. And you have to, but that's a part of what you do. He kind of immediately understands, you kind of have to cultivate your persona in this world of nobodies. It's this small town Siberia, and he immediately was like, I could be a fucking character here and get a lot of attention.
But the one thing that everyone agrees on about Rasputin was his eyes.
Ooh.
His eyes were so famous and important to his character that the book Twilight of the Romanovs dedicated an entire chapter just to Rasputin's eyeballs and how he'd use them.
It's fair to say he does not exist as Rasputin without those eyes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, him and what's her name? Scarlett Johansson, she's got tiny eyes. It's like, but his eyes are in the pictures. That's kind of funny. Even the old black and white pictures, you look at them and they really do stand out. And I'll look at a picture for a long time, just staring at it while I'm reading, and I'm all of a sudden nude, just looking at his face. Right. And my penis is in my hands. And I'm like, why am I doing this to myself in front of this man? But it's like his eyes are following me everywhere around the room while I have the book open, and I'm full of edibles, and I'm jerking it.
Sure. I feel an interest. That's what I do when I look at pictures of Frank Sinatra, although I put on a 3-piece suit without even knowing it. Classy.
Well, one person called Rasputin's eyes, quote, psychologically inexplicable.
Wow. It's a strange optometrist.
Stop flirting with me, doctor.
And others said that his eyes pierced like needles, like a metallic greenish, bluish, brownish gray. His eyes seemed to change hues. They kind of changed color.
Wow.
And they were described as at the same time being disturbing, alarming, and alluring.
Stop it, Marcus. You're doing this to me again. I'm going to be nude again.
They said that he would stare at you without blinking, uncomfortably long, staring at you as if he was trying to set you on fire. And some said that Rasputin's eyes were the source of his power over people, either attracting them or throwing them off balance. And it wasn't just his eyes. Rasputin's whole way of communicating almost sent you into a trance, but in the strangest way possible. When he spoke, his sentences were disjointed and oddly phrased, like he'd use fragments of subjects in this kind of weird stream of consciousness that would go from religion to philosophy to offhanded sexual remarks.
He was probably a dyslexic with ADHD.
It's possible, but honestly, I've heard it a lot. He just sounded like an Uber driver.
Yes, you go, everybody takes the 405, but nobody ever asks old Grigor if I want to take the 405. And sometimes I think the Mexican people's pants are too long. Why you got shorts if you're going to hide your knees? And you're just like, what is that, sir? And he's just like, that would be $7.72.
There is nothing like an Uber driver in LA because they are ready to they think you might be a producer and they're ready to perform. When Brooke and I were down there, this guy was like, so what do you think about Trump? And we were like, not big fans. He's like, I have an impression, and he did it for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
It was great. It was so fun.
Well, Rasputin was super herky-jerky with his arms, too. And he would shuffle his feet when he spoke, and he'd constantly fidget with whatever was around. Any of these three things taken alone, the staring, the weird way of talking, and all the herky-jerky, would have been devastating to anyone else. But Rasputin, even as a teenager, was able to make it work.
Yeah. He sounds like fucking Andrew Garfield. It sounds like, honestly, when I read about his behavior, it's that he is a dude that realizes, if I'm super mysterious, chicks will really dig me. And so he becomes weirder and weirder as he goes, experimenting with how weird he can be. And he's getting positive feedback of people there's something to this Gregory. And he's like, so I'm not Gregory anymore. My name is Rasputin. Being like, you guys must have made some money, bought a last name.
Did he ever go through a fat phase like Marilyn Manson?
Not really.
He died thin.
Well,
huh?
he was always kind of skinny, but he got a belly later on.
Okay, I like that part.
Yeah.
I love Marilyn Manson now.
Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Just for Men. For an enviable beard and healthy feeling skin underneath, opt for Beard Care from Just for Men, the #1 beard experts. With 25 years of men's facial hair expertise, Just for Men knows beards. And they've got a full line of supremely fine products to prove it. Beard conditioner, beard oil, and beard balm. The face and beard wash helps prevent beard itch, unclogs pores, calms and moisturizes, and deep conditions. Meanwhile, the beard oil is light and non-greasy, and smooths and softens without clogging pores. The beard conditioner deep conditions while calming and moisturizing skin underneath. And the beard balm offers superior hydration, fights itch and dry, flaky skin, and helps prevent ingrown hairs. All using soothing oatmeal, aloe, chamomile, and jojoba oil. So, kiss your average beard goodbye and usher in your softest, smoothest, bestest beard and skin underneath. Put your best beard forward. Visit jfmbestbeard.com and use the promo code BESTBEARD25 to get 25% off your purchase.
Well, the thing is about his whole way of moving is that was kind of natural to him. That's just the way he did it. But as he grew older, he learned how to cultivate it. He was so good at it that, this guy, he grabbed the ears of emperors eventually. Wow. Through this weird trance-like way of being. It's his whole way of being was to put people into a trance.
And these are people who just kill folks for not having their food cooked properly.
Well, actually, the czars weren't that bad.
Not
they,
that
they
bad?
weren't that capricious.
Is that going to get us into a lot of trouble saying that the czars weren't that bad?
They were, let's just say they're also horrible.
They were they were canonized a few years ago. It's fine.
So that erases everything. I forgot. That makes them good.
So as I said earlier, God was always a presence in Rasputin's life and in the life of his family. The family would go on regular pilgrimages together to monasteries around Siberia. So when Rasputin was 17, he got permission from his parents to make the trip on his own. Oh. And on this trip, he met a woman named Praskovia Dubrovina at the Feast of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary.
Man, that party must have been off the fucking chain, dude. Siberia, Assumption of the Virgin Mary. I've got 9 Keeklorks of vodka and my mule's horny. Woo, this is going to be a great assumption.
Praskovia was 20 years old, a spinster by the standards of the day.
Disgusting.
When did they die?
Ugh. 29 years old.
20, jeez.
Well, you got to remember, like, they have to start having kids early because you got to play an odds game there.
Oh, sure, that's right, yeah.
So within a few months, the two were married, and Rasputin brought his new wife home.
I'm married, bitches. You guys all thought that I wouldn't, but I tell you what, I'll throw that dick fuck down so solid, she stay with me for life, huh? High five, huh? Why everybody's not stay with me?
This is the Siberian version of Harold and Maude. 17 and 20. With that elderly woman.
So their first 3 children died of scarlet fever and whooping cough, respectively. But their 4th, 5th, and 6th actually lived well into adulthood.
Oh, nice.
But the 7th died.
3, so they got 3 out of 4.
No, they got 3 out of 7.
Right, but yeah, they're 3. And I mean, they're not winning the NBA Finals.
Yes.
But they went to 7 games, so that's pretty good.
They lose the NBA Children Finals.
However, such was life in Siberian Russia, and a lot of peasants, as Henry said, they just kind of saw this as a manifestation of God's will. So after marriage, from the ages of 19 to 28, Rasputin seems to have just kind of done his best to be the town pain in the ass while still trying to be godly.
Okay.
Like, he'd get drunk, he'd hop in his horse cart, and he'd just ride around town shouting obscenities at all the respectable folk.
There's a part of this that sounds fun.
Yes, it does.
It's like, just the idea of being like, see, you don't fucking tell me where to go, what to do. I go out there, I get ripped up, I get fucking crazy. That's what Greg the drunk fucking does. Okay? You fucking you're going to fight him a nickname? Then you get to just slill fucking vodka all night on a horse cart. There's no DUIs if it's a cart, right? Man, just yelling at people.
Honestly, man. Yeah, every one of these, there's always a moment where it's just like, let's be friends.
Yeah, but he still also like talked about God all the time. Like Rasputin, he was kind of like that frat boy that has like the cross tattoo and the cross necklace, and he has that weird little hook on his cap that like, oh, it's about fishers of men.
He also sounds a little bit like Johnny Cash, peak drunk. And still loving the Lord.
We're going to do a gospel album.
We're going to do a gospel album.
We're doing a gospel album, but I'll tell you what, because if we don't, I'm going to shoot your fucking wife.
Most people, they wouldn't hire Rasputin for a job, and usually when something went missing in town, Rasputin was the prime suspect. And in fact, one of the myths about Rasputin is directly related to his thievery.
Oh.
Now, it was said that Rasputin's evil nature was so strong and diabolical in the true sense of the word that he had a small horn growing out of his forehead, a bump just below the surface. That, they said, was the reason behind his messy hair, because he was hiding the horn, and therefore his intentions.
God, it's like they're talking about Marilyn Manson.
I know it.
But the real story is actually much more embarrassing than that.
Uh-oh. He had a zit.
One night, a fellow villager named Kortovstev, God damn it, I've been trying to figure out this one.
Kortovstev. We're going to get in so much fucking trouble.
Let's just call him Cart.
We'll call him Cart. I like that.
Yeah. We'll call him Carty. Cardiff. So Cart caught Rasputin stealing his fence piece by piece.
That is...
Every day I come outside, then I chop the fence. Fence belongs to me. It is outside. You mean to tell me that I cannot catch bird, make pet? I see fence. Now fence, my pet. And it's the vodka that gives me permission.
For some reason, I just think it would be hilarious if they were neighbors and he was stealing his fence and moving it like 1 inch onto his lawn.
I take a look at the codes. The community codes, and your grass is 1 inch too high. I cut it with fucking sword, and you try to take it from me.
No, he was just chopping it up with an axe and like throwing it in his throwing the pieces in his car so he could like sell it for firewood later.
That's so funny.
So when the villager caught him, Rasputin he kind of threatened him with the axe. So the villager just took a stake and just bash Rasputin right in the face with it, and then beat him as hard as he could. And the beating caused a permanent bump in Rasputin's forehead.
Honestly, it's a very, drunkard story. I see in the frame of this arc is that up until now, Rasputin has been a mess, right? He's fucking as many women as he can. He's got kids at home, but he's just the town drunk who sort of being religious is sort of his thing. But in the end, he's just got a bad reputation and people hate him. But this hit is going to send him off into the trip that will then mark his destiny.
According to the untold story, the same neighbor that beat Rasputin would also be the man who would inadvertently send Rasputin on the journey that would be his first step towards his ultimate destiny. Ooh. A couple of cart's horses had gone missing, and Rasputin, along with a couple of his drinking buddies, were the prime suspects. The friends were found guilty and were permanently exiled, but the evidence against Rasputin being involved wasn't as clear-cut. A temporary exile was suggested, which wouldn't have been so bad, but Rasputin had a different suggestion. He offered to take a pilgrimage to the Siberian monastery of St. Nicholas, 325 miles away. Ooh. The townsfolk accepted the proposal, maybe thinking it would do him some good, but probably just hoping that they wouldn't have to deal with this asshole for just at least a few months.
Sure, yeah, that's a long ways away.
But on the other hand, we should not just dismiss this outright as some drunk dickhead trying to get out of a punishment. Rasputin had chosen a grueling, dangerous, possibly life-threatening path when he could have easily just fucked off into the wilderness for a little while.
He hit rock bottom. I do believe that that's kind of what happened here. It's like in the style of the show Intervention, he had hit rock bottom. He didn't know what to do with his life. He had a lot of ambition. He had been meandering and talking about it to this point about how he was destined for something great. His parents were kind of hinting at that a little bit, saying that there was something special about his birth or all this bullshit, whether that's true or not. But he started to believe a little bit, being like, I can make something of myself, and if I do something impossible, if I go do this crazy thing, I'll gain some sort of esoteric knowledge from it and come back a different person, which is exactly what happened.
Cool. A journey is afoot.
Yeah, I mean, the things about Rasputin is at the end of the day, he's really he's like a late bloomer. Sure. You know, it took until 28 for him to really get his shit together. And this was the trip that would make Rasputin blossom.
Oh.
And so, in the spring of 1897, Rasputin began the long trek to St. Nicholas and became one of the Straniki. The Straniki were what the Russians called holy wanderers.
Oh, good. I thought it was someone who ran on the football field after their college football team won naked.
The Straniki.
Oh, gosh. That's fun.
That is cute.
That's fun.
I mean, they were like hobos.
They were hobos.
They were hobos that just kind of talked about God a lot.
Okay.
But this dude just went normally you put point A from where we are in Prostovia to St. Nicholas, it's like a straight line, but normally you take roads and shit to go around it, you'd follow formal things. But he's like, no, I'm going straight. So that means it's he's walking through fucking bushes.
Yeah.
He's walking through ditches. He's walking over mountains, and the whole time he's going and spinning in circles and shit. He's really going for it. And in my mind, he's also fighting fucking demons.
Yeah.
And he's out there, and demons are coming at him, and he's got the sacred stick of Skroshia, and he's fighting him like it's a fucking kung fu movie, and they're all falling all around him. He's getting the eyes. He's shooting laser out of his eyes. Yeah. That's where it jumps into fan fiction.
Absolutely. There's something very labyrinth about it all.
Yeah, and the whole time he's repeating the Jesus prayer. He keeps saying Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy upon me, a sinner. As he's just saying it over and over and over again as he's walking.
Like the way Timothy McVeigh forced everyone to listen to Bad Company by Bad Company off the album Bad Company.
He also may have been a proto Bad Company. That's also a way that the Hare Krishnas and different sects of different spiritualism believes that you should use your mantra. Basically, you say your mantra over and over and over again until it becomes a part of you. You say Krishna again and again, so they say it becomes your heartbeat, where now it's in your brain forever and becomes a part of your body. And so he really got very serious about this.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, this was it was a true journey. He slept outside. He begged for all of his food. He said he escaped murderers and and brigands. And he said the devil tempted him on multiple occasions with, quote, unholy desires.
So he wasn't drinking.
No, he wasn't.
It was just him just looking at a tree that had bumps on it that vaguely looked like tits. It's like, stop it, God! Stop making me horny! I'm horny enough! He also met the Muppets.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
So after months of walking, Rasputin finally arrived and reconnected with a man he'd already been acquainted with, Brother Macquarie. Ooh. Changed to like mortify his flesh. He was one of those. He was a penitent monk, mortifying his flesh. Like he'd wear chains. It's that mortifying your flesh. It's fucking yourself up. It's like when the flagellants like whip themselves.
Yes.
He would wear chains pretty much just to hurt himself, just to punish himself constantly.
That's why I never got that. Dave Navarro does that. He just hangs on hooks. I don't get it.
People they say there's an endorphin rush in it, but you know where I get it, an endorphin rush? When there's a new Top Chef listed on demand on my cable.
Yes.
And that's the rush that I need. That's the rush that I crave.
Absolutely.
Well, Macquarie also believed that all society should have the unquestioning faith in God that a peasant has. And he also claimed to be a mystic, someone who speaks directly to God. So when Rasputin went to Macquarie for guidance, Rasputin believed that he was pretty much taking advice from God himself.
Now imagine this is like the old punks that existed that weren't TV ready. Macquarie was disgusting. He was covered in cuts. He was the one that also he was the Bannon for Rasputin, where he gave him all the tools he needed because the peasant being closer to God was such a good political move that helped him later on because it allowed him to speak to quote unquote the common man and say, you're the real people. You are the real people. Right. Yes, I talk to these fancy people and I wear a fancy hat, but you're real. And so he learned all this shit, but Macquarie was like the old school punks that weren't ready to be superstars, and then all of a sudden Rasputin shows up and he's Sid Vicious and he's a corporately packaged punk like pop star.
So Rasputin's brain, kind of a Karl Rove type. Did I ever tell you that story of when I saw Karl Rove outside a News Corps?
No.
He walks out of News Corps. He's just a little nerd person, like all the people we cover. You know, they get blown up, and he knocks over a delivery person's bike, and he tries to pick it up, and he can't. It was the nerdiest thing ever. And finally, the guy came out and was just like, okay, Karl Rove knocked over my bike. It was just a delivery guy. It really humanizes them when you see them for all their little nerdy flaws.
It is really nice to know that I could grab Dick Cheney in his wheelchair and flip it over, and he'd squirm around on the ground, and I could grab my jacket and just literally just mop the floor with him, and he'd be like, stop.
You just want to do what John Goodman did to the elder Lebowski.
Yes.
Well, I understand.
And so during this time at the monastery, like something changed in Rasputin. He actually found God, or at least his version of it. He found a version of God that spoke to him, but it's also possible that he just found something that he could exploit. But, you know, the truth is probably somewhere in between.
That was us with podcasts. You just discover the thing that works for you. And he got it, though, immediately. And he's like, that's one of the Rasputin's one of those stories, too, of like a guy in ancient, not even ancient times. Like this is technically modern times. It just feels ancient because it's fucking Siberia. But he was like a very modern person dropped into an old system. It's like he woke up modern. He woke up like realizing like, oh shit, like I'm going to take all this podunk version of what they're doing all gross and I'm going to sell it to the next level.
Yeah. And this was him doing all this shit by never leaving. He hasn't left Siberia at this point. Like he's just he's a small town boy does good.
Okay.
Where he has no idea of what's happening outside, but yet he still somehow, like almost cosmically, is made for this time.
Okay.
So when Rasputin returned to the village, they said he had, quote,
disheveled hair and no hat, singing and waving his arms.
He had no hat?
No hat.
No hat.
What do you mean?
No
hat. He had a hat?
He didn't. I guess he had a hat when he left and didn't have one when he came back.
That's what they noticed?
Yes.
You used to have a hat. And he traveled 700 miles at this point.
Not just noticed, but remarked.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was an alcohol-free zealot. you know, and he wanted nothing more than to talk about his conversion to anyone who would listen to it. So, in other words, he'd left his village as one kind of pain in the ass and returned as another.
Yeah, you guys think that I'm drinking now, and you're like, oh, he goes to the bar too much. Wait until I get sober. You guys are going to be like, so have you thought about having another sip?
Oh, God, because it also, nothing's worse than a baby straight edge.
Nothing.
But in many ways, he was still the same old Rasputin, just without the alcohol. In church, Rasputin would swing his arms and, quote, make grimaces during services and would sing in, quote, an improper voice.
Well, no, it just doesn't sound like it would come out of a 6'4" huge man, where he just shows up and he's like, whoa, my love. And everyone's just like, whoa, we all sound like shit. I don't even know how he got that beautiful singing voice.
Was he 6'4"?
Yes.
Was he
He
really?
was 6'4".
In
Motherfucker
that
was
era,
huge.
He must have been, that's like the equivalent of 7 foot.
He walked in, because imagine, it's like, honestly, it's only a couple inches shorter than you, walking into a room, waving his arms around. Everybody else is all stooped. And he had that's a part of it too, is that he had the Lyndon B. Johnson effect, where he'd lean in on people and he's got those big crazy eyes. So people are giving him a lot of room.
So when people didn't really dig Rasputin's vibe, Rasputin decided that it was time to start services of his own. Rasputin's services were held in his father's root cellar with just a small group of people who liked the cut of Rasputin's jib.
I just want to know the people who look at this guy, this 6'4" person dancing like Joe Cocker on meth, and just like, I want to go to the basement. I want to hear what he has to say. Like, those people are almost more interesting to me in a weird way.
Well, it sounds like the nerdy girl who went to college, had a great spring break, and came back, and now she's hot. And they're all like looking at me and like, there's something about that Rasputin. They're all just like very interested in him. Like, he's got a special verb to his step. He's different than the other boys, which is also very attractive. And he never hangs out with his wife.
Yeah, what's going on with the fam at this point?
They're just kind of there. We'll get into the family, but they're just kind of there. Well, the important thing to know about these meetings that Rasputin was having in the root cellar with his new followers was that they were secret. And this is something that Rasputin learned early on. If something was secret, it was dirty, even if sex wasn't involved. And if it was dirty, then it was powerful. So naturally, the rumors started almost immediately. And the most scandalous rumor was that during Rasputin's last pilgrimage, he had fallen in with an absolutely real Christian sect that some called the Anti-Church.
Ooh.
We could eventually do an episode on all of the weird esoteric side chapters in Christianity.
Yeah.
Because this group is very interesting.
The Anti-Church Church.
The Anti-Church. It sounds like something out of the Invisibles.
It does.
This is really strange. They were called the Clisti.
The Clisti.
The Clisti?
The Clisti.
Clisti sounds like a cute name for a clitoris.
Yeah.
Like,
I wanted to make a couple of jokes like, how do you find them? You know, and stuff like that. But, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Keeping it classy.
Well, the Clisti called themselves the Believers of Christ, but the establishment had given them the name Clisti because Klist was the Russian word for one of the sect's main tools used during services.
Oh.
The whip.
The whip! Oh, my God. If you're going to a church and the pastor brings out a whip, slowly back out. Get out of that church.
So a Clisti service went like this. The services were held underground in a basement, cellar, or crypt. They would all wear white robes and start each service singing strange hymns of their own devising.
Sounds like they're trying to figure out how to invade Iraq.
Jesus, help me tie my shoes today. I'm making this up as I go. I'm waiting for the free. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here goes my feet. Whoa, whoa.
That's exactly what they would do. They would sing these stupid songs, and then the leader
would whip them.
If it was a man, they would be called a Christ, and then if it was a woman, they would be called a Mother of God.
Okay.
And then after they would sing and like get whipped, that's when the spinning would start.
Yeah, and then they start spinning, dude.
What? Just around and around. They keep singing and spinning and getting whipped, and they work themselves to this like frenzied spin-drunk ecstasy.
So they're basically on like a biblical gravitron, and this is something that they're enjoying.
Yeah, they're loving it because they would spin and spin and spin. They get whipped and they're singing and they're chanting,
spinning and all stuff. And this is a lot of noise for a basement. And they're trying to keep this secret. And it has to be like you're just outside with your mule having your vodka water, and you hear just. Good
Lord.
And then when the ecstasy would reach its peak, they would all fall to the floor, crawl to the nearest warm body, and the congregational orgy would begin.
Did John Belushi yell bacon, and they all started sizzling on the ground like Animal House?
And nothing works a Russian Cleasty up to a froth than being covered in whelps. You're bleeding from the skin, and then you just slide your penis like a bookmark into whatever mailman or mule salesman is next to you. Because they did gay and straight. They did whatever. It was whatever was
Whoever
open.
close, it seems like.
Yeah, whoever was closest.
But the baker? I mean, what? Like, don't you look at these people on the? I guess it's fine. Whatever. It's all. They seem to be enjoying it.
It's a part of it.
That's what I say about so much in about things I don't understand. They seem to be enjoying it, and that's all that matters.
They liked the guilt. They liked the shame. For them, that was all a part of it. Because the harder they sinned, this is what they believed. The harder they sinned, the more they could repent. And the more they could repent, then the closer they could get to God.
That doesn't seem to be very productive to have in a society that adheres to laws.
Because it makes your boner harder.
Yeah, but
because you know that the harder your bonus,
honestly,
it's great.
If you are a criminal, just love getting beat by the cops. And I think they'll stop.
You flip it and reverse it. If you Albert Fish it, nothing's ever a punishment, because now it's like that nothing. Honestly, think about how sexy that is. You at your most naughty. Ooh, your most dirty naughty is the most sweet for God to put his hands on. And you're like, oh man, thank God I'm going to get whipped today so I can say I'm sorry for everything that I've done.
When Martin Shkreli was like, I am going to raise the price of that drug so high, I can't wait to go to the basement and get whipped. This is like what CEOs think.
Well, these guys, they believe that all sex, even sex within marriage, was a sin. But they believed they were sinning to drive out the sin. And in order to sin in such a sinful manner, one had to summon the, quote, dark courage to sin.
I love the way they circumvented the human primal need for sex. And they were just like, no, I think we figured it out. I think we got a path to it.
Also, saying that let's have the dark courage to sin tonight is such a good pickup line at a steampunk convention.
Yes.
Now, it is very possible, if not probable, that Rasputin participated in one, at least, to greatly influence him throughout his life. But Rasputin's early services were not of the orgy variety. His followers met in cellars and sang the weird Cleasty hymns, but Rasputin's services did not include sex during the service itself. Because Rasputin was actually smart enough to know that joining the Cleasty officially would bar him from doing pretty much anything more than just fucking in basements for the rest of his life.
Okay.
But if that's all he wanted, then he could have had it.
Yep.
But that's not what he wanted. He had ambitions. And he did the same thing that Jim Jones did, where he cherry-picked certain aspects of things he liked and smashed them all together. Mm-hmm. Because I think he really did want his fucking and his job to be separate for a while. I think that's where it ends up. That's what kicks him in the ass later on, because he starts joining them together quite a bit. But at this time, he's trying to keep the two worlds separate.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rasputin, he was a leader. He wasn't a follower. Like, he wanted his own system. He wanted his own followers, people that were beholden only to him.
Okay.
And that was all helped along by Rasputin's first major vision. As Rasputin was working in the fields one day, he said the Virgin Mary suddenly appeared to him in the sky, hovering above him. Now, she didn't say anything, but she did point towards the horizon.
Oh.
You want to go over there?
Yeah. To WrestleMania.
Now, what's important to remember is some people actually believed Rasputin when he said this shit. People.
Do you think he believed it, though?
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, it's the same thing with Jim Jones. You know, you never know.
You never know.
You never know what actually goes on in these people's heads.
For Rasputin, in my mind, I think that he did believe himself. I think that they had a more spiritual connection, and he really did lose himself on his travels. When he went out, he took it very seriously. He would go into gnosis. Like, he would see shit. Like, he would really believe that he could change people's lives by inserting his presence in them, quote unquote, wink, 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 wink. And that when he developed this, of course, also, he has to create the story. He understood that I have to build an arc, and a part of my arc has to be I'm on a vision quest. People come with me.
Right. So then when other people come up and be like, I think I'm spiritual, he'd be like, have you met the Virgin Mary? Because I freaking did.
Well, these people, they saw visions as evidence of God's grace, that God had chosen this man to share and disperse his holiness upon earth.
Is it true to say at the time visions were taken more seriously?
Much more. Visions were taken extremely seriously, to the point where, it would be one of those things like, why would he make up that he had a vision?
Right.
Like, that is a great, grand sin to make something like that up.
Why would someone make up that the aliens have visited land? I heard it on the radio, and I heard the aliens are invading Earth. So,
and since these Russians, they were all about miracles and visions and all that shit because of the Eastern Orthodox influence, Rasputin had a wide opening to settle into nicely.
All right.
So as far as the Virgin Mary vision went, Rasputin saw this as a sign that he should travel over the horizon to which she pointed and take another pilgrimage, his biggest one yet. In 1900, Rasputin declared that God had instructed him to go to the monastic center of the Eastern Orthodox world, Mount Athos in Greece, almost 3,000 miles away.
Sounds like a fun trip.
It doesn't. It's actually the opposite. Because it's just walking to Greece. It's walking across Russia to Greece. It's using your feet as a car and just, she just started running.
Well, the Flintstones did it.
In this pilgrimage, Rasputin took even further than the last. He went the entire trip there without changing his underwear or touching his body in any way with his hands.
Humble brag.
Humble brag. Because what he had to do is he had to chain his hands to his bed. He would wear shackles to keep himself from touching himself, which also included cleaning himself, which is then how he got the reputation for smelling like a quote-unquote goat.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, and he tried to make himself as gross as possible. Like, he'd stand motionless in swamps for days at a time, just letting the bugs eat him alive.
Oh, that's a trip, dude. That's on a fucking other trip. You're locked into something like that. I don't know what it is. It's fucking kind of metal. It's very Hell's Angels that you wear your clothes so they fall off.
Yeah. I think also if he was an American in the 70s, we would have won Vietnam. What a soldier this guy is.
Yeah, but he's walking around. He's covered in shit and bug bites and piss.
I don't know why he's doing this to himself, but I guess these are life's many questions.
But much to Rasputin's disappointment, when he finally got to Mount Athos, he found that a lot of the monks were openly homosexual. And though you might think that Rasputin would be kind of groovy to this idea, for some reason, it completely weirded him out, so he left.
Hey, Greg, nice to meet you, man. I'm so glad. So you walked here?
Yeah, I walked here.
Yeah, you must be crazy tired, huh?
Yeah, exhausted.
Yeah.
Filthy, too.
How about... you want to suck my dick, then suck this guy's dick? And then what we'll do is, then we'll all fuck, and then maybe we can have some soup.
You know, there was a swamp a while back. I didn't stand in it quite long enough. I'm going to go back and check it out. There was a toad that I was staring at.
Yeah, all right. Well, you're leaving a lot of dick on the table.
Bye.
So when Rasputin finally returned to Siberia, he'd been gone for 2 years.
Oh, right.
And he had a family there the whole time. He had, 3 kids and a wife that he just left, and he was like, see you later, going on a pilgrimage, deal with it.
Oh, like the meme.
But, deal with it when it comes down? Oh, yeah. The
Deal
sunglasses
with that.
came from the sky, and they landed on Rasputin's face, and Rasputin said, deal with it.
Deal with
it. There it is.
Yeah. Now, Rasputin's wife was another what you would call the long-suffering. He would leave on pilgrimages whenever he wanted, and he took as many lovers as he wanted, and Praskavoya just had to accept it. Now, Rasputin actually convinced his wife that his penchant for having sex with as many women as he could, in other words, his sex addiction, was not about pleasure, but was rather, quote, his burden.
So at some point, he was just like talking himself up and being like, she is going to beat the shit out of me. She's so pissed at me. But, okay, how do I do this? It's for her. I got it. I'm doing this for her.
Yeah. I'm helping you. I'm saving you. She has to
yeah.
be like, oh, thank you, Rasputin, for fucking everybody.
I don't want to do it, but I gotta do it. It's all part of my thing, you know?
Poor
that's
guy.
what it was. I mean, she was a lot like Marceline Jones, you know? She let it slide because she believed that Rasputin was a man of God, and he convinced her, I have to do this. I have no choice but to do this. And if you believe in me as a man of God, then you have no choice but to accept all of this. All right. But most of the people in the village weren't so sure about all this shit. So after enduring ridicule and jeers from the local church and the townsfolk, Rasputin set off to the big city of Kazan to find more like-minded individuals.
Okay.
And that's where we'll pick back up for part 2 of Rasputin.
The big city in Kazan. If you can make it there, you can make it. You can go to other Siberian towns and kind of make it too.
No, not Kazan.
Kazan.
Not with. There's no G.
There's no G.
There's no G.
Kazan. I like Kazan a little bit better.
I like Kazan a lot better too.
Yeah,
but
all right,
it's
Kazan.
just Kazan.
But then you have a whole side plot where he's out there in the forest. He's the same size as one of those Chechnyan centers that play for the NBA. He's just like walking around, pointing at people, fighting demons. Man, I love this fucking movie that's fake that's laying in my head when I read all this shit about Rasputin.
I think we have a similar thing going on. What a crazy journey this guy has been going on.
It only gets crazier from here. I mean, the next episode, we're going to meet the Crow sisters. We're going to introduce, the Tsar and the Tsarina, and all manner of other weird palace intrigue.
Very cool. All right.
A lot of palace intrigue. There's a lot of palace intrigue. There's a lot of ripping open of bodices. There's a lot of weird rituals. It's a fun-ass story.
Yes.
And I never thought that history, when I remember being in high school, that history wasn't fun. It's because they didn't teach us about Rasputin's fucking 13-inch cock. And eventually we will get into the mystery of whether or not it is, in fact, his penis in that jar somewhere in a sex museum in, I believe, Budapest.
Yeah.
As long as it's not in like a bottle of rum in the world's oldest tavern, and if you pay $100, you get to have a shot of the rum, but you got to touch the tip with your lips. I hate that.
Yeah, that is pretty good. It's in the Yukon, right?
It's a toe thing usually,
Yeah.
or a thumb thing. Anyway, all right, what do we want to do here? We have to thank everyone for just being awesome.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And thanks everyone for giving to our Patreon.
Yep.
We very much appreciate it. If you feel like we deserve a little bit of cash, and if you want to get a ton of bonus material, including an interview with Stanton Friedman that the two of you just did.
Oh my gosh.
You just got to go to patreon.com/lastpodcastontheleft and just donate a little bit of money.
Yeah, Henry and I have had a great time interviewing folks for the Patreon. We have a cool interview coming up next week as well with a detective. And Stan Freeman was a trip.
I'm excited to learn more about people. And if you have anybody that you want us to interview, if you'd be interested to hear from, please hit us up on Twitter at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, Instagram at Dr. Fantasy, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, the number 1, or at LP on the left. At any of that bullshit, and try to give us suggestions, because we'd love to get to the heart of some people you're curious about.
Absolutely, and thanks for everyone, the amazing response to our book reveal.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone was so unbelievably nice. We got a bunch of people who have submitted their incredible art, so it's going to be extremely difficult to choose. But thanks to everyone who submitted. Everyone is amazing.
Yeah,
I'm very excited, and it's and we're gonna. I just love looking at comic book art, and it's fun.
Yeah,
yes,
it's fun.
And
for us.
keep on supporting all the shows here on the LPN network. We appreciate you.
Yeah, hail Satan,
hail yourselves,
hail Geen,
hail me,
and Magustalations.
The following episode of How Did This Get Made is sponsored by LegalZoom. They're helping keep the show free. If you go to LegalZoom.com and enter the code EARWOLF, you'll get a discount, and 100% of what you spend there comes directly back to the show. LegalZoom is the best place to help with your legal needs. They're not a law firm, but they provide self-help services at your direction. For more information on how to support this show and the rest of the Earwolf Podcast Network, go to earwolf.com/insider.
The winner of the Worst Picture, Worst Actress, Worst Director, and Worst Screenplay of the 2005 Razzies. We saw Catwoman, so you know what it's time for.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? You know you hate it, 'cause you know you wonder how did this get made? Let's throw in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made, the show where we try to make sense of the movies that make no sense. I am joined, as always, by Jason Mantzoukas. How are you, Jason?
I'm good, Paul. What is happening?
Not much. And June Diane Raphael. How are you, June?
Hi, Paul. I'm good. How are you?
As always,
So
we
delicate. So delicate.
I'm a delicate flower.
As always, we have a very special guest. This person is hilarious. You may have recently just seen her on Happy Endings. Very talented writer, comedian, actress. Please welcome Jamie Dembo.
Hello. Hello.
Are you doing this whole thing in character?
What character? Maybe my whole world outside this is character. Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
And your podcast, the Rana and Bev podcast, where can people find that?
They can find it on the iTunes.
Oh. It's hilarious. Catwoman, oh my God. Guys.
Oh, brother.
Wow. How have we not done this movie yet?
It's amazing. I knew we were in trouble just from the beginning with, like, the faux Enya music over, like, the Ken Burns documentary on
That was
cats.
the longest opening credit sequence I've ever seen.
I knew we were in trouble when the director had one name.
Pitoff.
Well, I just feel it's the from the very beginning we had a very thin premise, like a thinness that went through the whole thing.
Which means nothing because this is a character who has a very rich history.
Or should.
Yeah, like Catwoman, it's not like
See,
it's not like an artificial character. Like this is a comic book character who's been around forever.
They decided not to do anything DC with it. They're like, we're not going to adhere to anything that you know.
Well, but except to say that there have been many Catwomen, so we can get away with this because this is just one Catwoman story.
One of the stories of the many Catwomen. And so basically...
I'm sorry to jump ahead. I'm so sorry. Was Frances Conroy a Catwoman? We're just an expert on Catwoman.
We should get to it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You mean Ophelia Powers?
Okay, sure.
Her name is Ophelia Powers. Do you feel him? Ophelia Powers.
Oh, no.
We'll get into
we have
Frances
a lot to talk
Conroy.
about with the names, too.
So basically this movie starts off with Halle Berry being... you know, that typical nerdy girl who just bumps into everybody.
With the walk. It was all about her walk as Patience. Just always, apparently all nerds or loser women who are lonely but gorgeous hold their sleeves in their wrists, like they're trying to put on a coat and not get their sleeves.
There was a lot of body work in this movie in general. A lot of
physicality.
Yes. When she's Patience and nerdy, you're right. It's all stiff arms, high shoulders, and then when she's Catwoman, it's like Miss J from America's Next Top Model came in and was like, "Girl, this is how you need to do this."
Also, as a nerdy girl, she's always bumping into people. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Basically, did you guys think she was basically... not to draw comparisons again, but it's like she and Sandra Bullock in All About Steve. It's the same kind of like mannered. This is how I'm going to be
gorgeous
an unattractive
women,
nerd girl.
But gorgeous women having no idea how to act not gorgeous.
Yes, exactly.
No idea. Yeah. It's like I honestly felt she was constantly trapped in a pose of like when a little girl goes, meh. Like I felt like that was the sound that came out of her body.
Well, I also wanted. This is what before we get into the meat of the movie. This is another movie. The thing that drives me crazy. It happened in the Smurfs, which we saw, which is...
Well, don't point to me when you say Smurfs. You pointed right at me.
Oh, the Smurfs, Jason, which you love.
Do not out me as a Smurf right now, bro. Don't do this to me, bro.
Which is the fact that a cosmetic company is like everyone is waiting for this new cosmetic, and they have a building in New York City, and everyone works.
It's all over the news.
Yes.
It's the only thing going on, and yet they never really show like the world expecting it. So it's this presumption that the world is expecting it, and all the shots are like the long shots of the building and the face and the announcement and when's the launch.
Actually, the only people who seem to want this product are people who already work at the company
and who already are using it,
who are jamming it on their faces like it's like a bad cum shot in a porno.
A moment for Alex Borstein, who I have to say is maybe, and I feel badly saying this, but the most unlikable friend, funny friend character I've ever seen.
How do you mean? What are you talking about?
I do want to say we can speak freely about all these people because, in a very classy way, and we're going to play this a little bit later.
Let's keep it classy today, you guys. Let's keep it classy.
Halle Berry did accept her Razzie and brought Alex Bornstein with her, and they all kind of were like, yeah. We know, like so everything
I'm
we're
obsessed
saying.
with the character of Sally. I feel like we could spend this whole time just simply talking about Sally.
When she's just making calls from the hospital, just like, girl, what are you doing right now? She's in a hospital.
And
behind the nurse's desk.
And wearing pigtails.
Yeah,
which I think was one of the most upsetting things to me.
So she's always so horny.
Oh, so horny. She's
so
in control,
horny.
trapped in Alex Borstein's body. It's so awkward and weird and uncomfortable. And
she's a little racist.
Oh, yeah. She's
every time she talks to Halle Berry, she's like putting on.
She calls her chocolate a lot, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
really disturbing.
brown sugar.
And he's like, oh, did you see your man yet? Did you like fuck him? She's like, she's so randy
Very
all
invested.
the time.
Very invested. Way too invested.
This is a best friend who bought her a leather catsuit, which good thing she did, for dating emergencies.
Sally didn't buy that for her.
She and the gay friend.
Yeah.
That was a joint gift. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
It was like
I didn't realize that.
yeah.
It said for dating emergencies.
With the gay friend who came over the side and just goes, yay, every time something.
All of his lines got cut.
So basically,
because people were like, we can't have a gay guy in this movie. You guys know that, right? You're gonna have to cut him almost completely.
Well, the gay guy who says when he sees Benjamin Bratt, he goes, ooh, look at this man sandwich.
Yep.
That's the same guy.
Yeah,
so we did get one line.
Which does not mean anything. That would mean two men, right?
I know. I
guess.
did get confused by that.
What is a man? Well, one solo man is not a man sandwich.
No, I think he was just saying I'm hungry for that guy. Like,
well, now I understand it. Now that we're talking about it, but it was a moment where I was like, a sandwich implies that there's several people.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Like, if you were like, oh, I would like a man sandwich, I would think, oh, that's a couple of dudes.
Yeah, like the Voltaggio brothers from Top Chef.
That's a man sandwich.
Are a man sandwich.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good call.
Have I revealed too much?
Not at all.
Not enough?
Nope, not enough.
So Halle Berry, who's dressed like Raggedy Ann in the beginning of this movie, needs to get an ad.
She's an artist for an ad company who's given up her art. She's like, I wanted to be an artist.
Out.
She sold out. She lives in like a multi-million-dollar loft.
Yes. Oh yeah, that loft is
space.
amazing.
I actually was glad about that choice because I did think, all right, well, she has sold out, so we have to see where she would have spent her money because it felt like when they started on close up or something in her loft, I was like, are we gonna pull away and it's gonna be like a dinky little like. Lame apartment. Like at least okay, she paid for something,
right?
So I like that logic.
She's doing good. She's doing good.
Though we opened
and
up...
I do have a couple other things that I genuinely loved about this.
Really?
Movie.
Oh, me too.
Oh, yeah.
I did too.
And
and
they're
loved her
both
in that
called
catsuit.
Sharon Stone.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
Amazing.
She was amazing.
Amazing.
Oh,
for all the right reasons.
Yes, absolutely. I have to say, the first outfit Halle Berry's wearing as Patience is the craziest ass thing I've
It's
ever
a free
seen
shopping
in my
bag. It's very eco-friendly.
It is just, they just put layers and layers of clothes on her.
It's actually, she
Uh-huh.
There's
looks like
no
Raggedy
rhyme
Ann
or reason
something.
to that outfit.
Nope.
There's the front is in the back is in the front. It is the
She is
craziest
an artist.
smock I've
She is an
ever
artist.
seen.
She's in a smock.
But by the way, she's also, is that her smock?
No. I'm saying
I'm
that.
genuinely asking. I thought
don't
maybe
know.
that was a smock.
I think that
She
they
wore
might
it-
have been trying to start a fashion trend of smocks.
Okay. And she wore that outfit 2 days in a row.
So did Alex Borstein. She was in the red thing. I noticed that too. I was
But
like,
that's
that's another
gotta
day.
be.
What is
that's
that?
gotta. You know what? I
That was an editing
I bet it's
fuck
an
up, yeah.
edit problem. I bet they were like, you know what?
We gotta
Let's
split
split this in half. We'll put this over here, this over here. But they're wearing all the same clothes. Nobody will notice. This movie's horrible.
Well, also here's the
They'll
thing.
be too focused on how bad the movie is to notice this.
Well, we are not even into the first 10 minutes yet.
I could talk forever about the first 10 minutes.
I mean,
of this
it's
movie.
amazing. So basically, her boss, who is so arch, he makes arch people look like nothing. Like, I mean, he's so crazy.
Every line he delivers, every line Sharon Stone is the it's the yippee-ki-yay motherfuckers line.
Yes,
So
yeah.
every line is game over. How would you know? You're a cat person. Like, it's just all feels like every line. There's no dialogue of like, hey, how you doing? Like, none at all.
It's all to the top. And so they're releasing this product, which is going to be more important than soap.
Yep.
Is what they say in the movie. And so Halle Berry has to
Which
go.
is like a beauty cream.
Yes.
Well,
which has
it's like an anti-aging, anti-wrinkle cream.
which has some pretty crazy properties, which we'll get into. Basically,
And
she.
Sally's just like lathering it on her face. She's like, I can't get enough of this stuff.
Yes, although in the
Meow,
very
meow, meow,
first
meow.
scene, she lathers it on her face and then says immediately, I can't get enough of this stuff, and then says, oh, I've been having terrible headaches.
I know.
The next flying.
And meanwhile, Halle Berry's like, that stuff's experimental. You shouldn't even have that.
Well, every single line also feels like a studio note. Like they took every studio note. It feels like that came along.
Happily.
Every single
I
one.
hope one of
Is everyone going to understand this? We should put in another line to explain it. All right.
I hope one of those studio notes were, hey, we don't understand how she gets her powers. Can you have a cat make out with her dead body? Like, what? How can we get the transference? Can we actually have the cat lip to lip with Halle Berry?
That is one of my favorite scenes.
Like Sleeping Beauty, kiss her back to life.
The cat blows out this breath. Well, the whole reason why she dies is because she needs to get an ad done by midnight, and so no messengers can deliver it to the headquarters.
Which is also the factory.
Which is
why,
factory.
That's the other thing, is like, why couldn't she?
Why do they need to bring it to the factory?
I don't know.
Which she wasn't even there for.
It's also kind of on an island.
Yeah, the factory's on an island.
And it's also like a basement lab is the only place she can wander into.
Yes.
She's like, I gotta drop off these designs. I might as well go to a secret basement lab.
And there are clearly security guards all the way around because they come chasing after her.
Yeah,
they
no
don't
alarms.
stop her.
No
and
alarms.
she sneaks in through the back way. So, and she uncovers the plot that where they say the skin cream eats away your flesh. And this is a bad skin cream. Like, well, fuck it, we need to release it.
By the way, it's one of the best scenes because there's a scientist there who's, I guess, testing this cream.
Yeah.
Who says, like, look, you guys, I can take a lot of things. He's like, I've lived with the headaches it causes. I've lived with the addiction. I've lived with the side effects, the nausea. He's like, I cannot live with this. Who is this guy that he can live with any of that?
Yeah, but he can't live with their face being
with the
decomposed.
disfiguration,
I also, again, like the stakes of just releasing a beauty cream. Like, to what? Why so
In
important?
what world is this that important? It's like
I feel
I've
like
never seen Clinique take over like the news.
You know what? I actually
pages.
thought it was really offensive because I felt like they were taking this female like superhero and then making her have to deal with something that was like
girl
related. It's like she couldn't actually do anything that was real.
Catwoman is in the comics, and I know they're not adhering to any comic thing. Like, is a villain. You know, she's a thief. She steals stuff. She's like a bad guy.
She's a cat burglar.
She's a cat burglar, exactly. And to make her be like a good guy who's like rescuing women from like a beauty product is absolutely so demeaning.
See, I didn't know that about Catwoman because I was thinking that the whole time, like, is she good or bad?
Yeah.
Because she does keep that necklace.
That's why they had to make that was the only way to flesh this out, I guess, in some way. Because honestly, like,
it takes like 20 minutes to get to the bad guys.
Oh, yeah.
This movie is 9 hours long.
Yeah,
it's very long.
It's very long for an 88-minute movie or whatever. It's like 103 minutes, but it feels like a lifetime. It is crazy.
But I think that's interesting when talking about the whole feminist nature of it.
That's the rest of the podcast should be a feminist appraisal of the movie Catwoman.
Yay, June, party time!
I'm up for it. You guys.
But is that I didn't know watching. I'm like, so who is this for, and who do they think it's for? The whole movie. I'm like, so who is the audience that they think they're getting it? They think they obviously want to get superhero people.
Yeah,
who are,
like fanboys.
Right, fanboys, and then fangirls up to an age when that doesn't necessarily stay or for the some women that it stays for, but let's be speak in generals. And then is it for women?
No.
Because it's also like, or they think
she's
it's
all
for women,
sexy.
right? But they think
But
like,
there's a love
but it is
story.
power. So
the love story with Benjamin.
Boy.
But
Did
that's
this
what was
destroy
really
his
offensive,
career?
though, about the movie to me, too, because it's like they spent more time sexualizing her.
Oh, my God.
In these super,
Well, when she first becomes the Catwoman and she gets in the costume, they have about a 1.5 minute long tracking shot that just kind of spins around her body, and you're just looking at this costume.
And she looks amazing.
Yep.
She
Amazing.
looks
amazing.
Amazing, but her but
what are her powers?
I don't.
Her powers are the power of a cat, and then also the powers of crazy things.
Yeah.
So she can sneak out of a prison by contorting her body, because cats have very flexible bodies. She can land on her feet all the time.
We see that happen a lot.
And then when you first see her powers, like
The heightened senses.
Heightened senses. But do cats have like crazy senses like that, where they see birds really closely, or like dogs?
How about they're gross cats for 1 second, and they do. I did think it was both funny and appalling when she was eating the fucking tuna fish.
That was disgusting.
That's
I wrote
disgusting.
that. I wrote that down.
down.
I was like, what the fuck
On
is
her-
this?
The hottest woman in the world could be eating tuna fish,
On her
and
bed.
it's not sexy.
Every time she's eating, and she's also eating sushi with Benjamin Brett, it's like she
I like that
can't
scene, you guys. I
control
laughed.
herself. She's like,
Again, a lot of work. There was a lot of acting coach work in here, and Halle Berry does talk in her Razzie speech about working with her acting coach on this part. Which is true.
I loved all the cat physicalization.
What?
Though. I loved it, you guys. I loved it.
June.
I'm
June.
sorry. I loved
you know
it.
what?
I loved all of the physical stuff. I loved her licking that milk.
No!
I did too. And then her
wonderful.
lipstick being perfect. That to me was a good superhero moment.
I loved
we
it.
didn't even talk about the fact that after she gets transformed to the Catwoman, she goes from this girl who's like, oh, I'm Patience Phillips, to Rihanna.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Her next look is full on Rihanna.
Yeah.
Rihanna and her dress, the hair is exactly the same.
Yep.
I think Rihanna is stealing from Catwoman.
Well, she has to be because it's dated.
It's the same thing, yeah.
But what's crazy is when you suggested that when Catwoman came up, my immediate thought was like, oh, that from the 90s, that film.
Yeah.
It is only from 2005.
Yeah.
Why does it feel...
Wait,
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
know this.
Oh, yeah.
I thought this was like 1997.
No.
guys. Wait,
no.
what?
Why is
what?
it... I don't know.
This movie is
What?
recent.
She won the Academy Award and then did this
And
movie.
then
This was the
did
next
this
movie.
Wait, so she... Okay, but she won Monsters Ball. Monsters Ball like in...
2004.
4?
And then used the clout to get this done.
Oh.
See, what's a bummer about this is, like, I actually think it could have been a really cool, amazing...
You're wrong.
Yes.
I think it could have been amazing.
Well, if they actually
movie.
adhered to what Catwoman is, I mean,
yes.
Michelle
and I
Pfeiffer's
think
good.
Halle Berry could have done it.
I think it's
but
interesting
just
that
not-
Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is so in the zeitgeist right now, because I think that if that came out first, then this would be kind of an amazing concept. Because I think, I think that there's something very similar. I don't know why. I haven't formed the words that connect any of these thoughts.
What's
However,
the good and bad?
and also that leathery kind of like misfit thing. Like that should be our fucking Catwoman.
Well, there is like that's an era. This movie and Elektra are the two movies in which they make such dread. It is truly missteps of like comic movies, completely misunderstanding how to represent women in movies, and market towards their audience that way.
And
like Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, or even like Columbiana, like all of these like female-centric action movies or movies that have like an intensity to them are much more like they're richer stories.
Absolutely.
Like I think because these are comic books, people are like, well, it's just for fanboys. Put her in a sexy outfit, have her jump around the rooftops.
Yeah, she's not safe. There's no crime. You don't get the sense.
No, there's
like,
no mission.
At the end of the
There's nothing.
movie, like she's going to continue to be Catwoman, but there's no crime to it. Like, what is she going to do? She's going to fight what?
I feel like she and Sharon Stone, who is so fucking good in this movie.
This is like her comeback movie, or
and you know
wanting
what?
to be
Great.
a comeback movie.
Should have been. She's great.
Yeah.
She's awesome. She does exactly what she's
doing it.
supposed to do. She
She's
is
doing
fucking
it.
gorgeous. She's a wonderful villain. She is not oddly not overacting, I don't think. I feel like that is just...
She's one of the only people who understands the movie she's in.
Exactly. And like she somehow gives varying reads to all of her like one-liner yippee-ki-yay motherfucker type lines, and I wanted to see, like, to me it was like that was a bit of an amazing gay man fantasy for me. The gay man in me loved watching her and fucking Halle Berry
in a beige,
in a short
like,
film,
jumpsuit.
like with music in the background, like the hip hop soundtrack.
The hip hop soundtrack,
guys.
crazy.
The
music was
one-on-one
crazy.
basketball game.
Oh my
Guys,
god!
how have we not talked about the one-on-one basketball game?
Okay, so Halle Berry has these powers, and Benjamin Bratt, which we should just back up for a second to talk about Benjamin Bratt. Benjamin Bratt finds Halle Berry while he's on his way to work one morning. Halle Berry is out on a ledge trying to save a cat, but he thinks that
Before she's turned into
This is
Catwoman.
before,
Oh,
he thinks that she's a suicide jumper, and then they kind of get this flirtation, and now.
And by the way, he keeps on apologizing for thinking that. It's like, don't be sorry about
Don't be
that.
sorry.
Like,
She
thank
was
you
on
for
a ledge of a
trying.
building, like looking like she was a jumper. Anyway, so they
There's
get
this whole weird line of her being like offended that was. It's like you were hanging out of a building.
And then, but then it's like, ooh, I'm late for work, and goes straight to work. Yeah, like you almost died. You almost died
And then,
just
by the way,
now.
when she drops her wallet, and they clearly moved the door slamming up so that there would be enough time for him to find the wallet on the floor. Did you notice that? Like, why couldn't you just yell her name? You could give her a wallet
she
right
was
now.
Just down. She was. Yeah, you could run down those stairs.
Right
you ran
there.
right up the stairs.
You're a cop,
Hey,
so-
you did it.
You could literally, all he had to do is, hey, your wallet. That's as
At
much.
that
By
level,
the way,
at
that's
that
as
level.
much effort as it would have taken. Hey,
But-
your wallet.
By the way, the other thing I think that is important to note is he finds her wallet and then shows up at her work. Because as we all know, our wallets have our work address in them.
Yep.
Just like when she finds him at the school he's giving a talk in by being like, I called the police station.
And
They
they
said
told
you
me-
might be here.
And And also
at a random school in this city.
He's in a random school giving a lecture, but it seems that part of him is that he's always at this school, but yet it seems like it's the first time that he's there. He's like,
and apparently strangers can just walk into classrooms in this school and smile awkwardly at the guy talking, and then challenge him to a one-on-one basketball.
But
tournament.
also,
why have we not talked about the one-on-one basketball game yet?
And what is happening? What is also happening with him in that school? He's like, hey kids, don't grow up to be bad. Who wants to play some basketball?
Yeah.
Like, wait, that's the lecture? It's a half cop lecture, half basketball thing?
No, it's a half cop lecture. Hey, kids, don't be bad. Half the kids being like, show us your gun.
Oh, yeah.
We want to see your gun.
Can you
Shoot your gun.
somebody?
Actually,
What?
I have to say I like the choice of him being at that school. Because I felt what it did was, I really
June?
did. Because I
June,
felt what
I
it did.
think you like
You didn't like this movie.
I did not like it. I thought it was campy and fun.
And I liked it because it was also like, we're not going to show him like solving a crime and being heroic because it's going to take away from our gal. So
Right.
we're going to actually put him in this like feminine environment where he's like nurturing and
I'm trying to also feel badly though when you say that too, because there's a part of me that's like, there's no way that he's not going to look like a pussy. They tried very hard. I
Yes.
think they
Right.
tried very hard. But like, if you are dating Catwoman, we already know that you are not you're
Right.
a pussy. Like, I don't know how to even fix it.
Yeah.
It's just sad
I
because
think-
Jimmy Smith is hot and amazing.
Not
and
Benjamin
whatever.
Bratt.
Benjamin Bratt.
It's not Jimmy Smith.
Racist.
Wait, what did I say?
Racist. Jimmy Smith.
Who was it?
Benjamin Bratt.
Wow, you are such a racist.
Let me tell you about
We're all
black. Let's talk
revealing
about the
stuff
black
today.
people in the music in the movie.
In the music. Let's talk about the black people in the music is what you just said.
All right.
Wait a second. Guys,
The basketball scene.
Do you not want to talk about the one-on-one basketball
Okay,
game?
so she challenges him to a game of one-on-one, which, by the way, this movie has more use of CGI than ever.
Oh my God.
Everything is CGI. I would almost like to see this movie because it just seems like it's like more CGI than Avatar for no reason. Like sidewalks
yeah.
are CGI.
So Jimmy Smith's not in this movie.
Jimmy Smith's definitely not in this
Okay.
movie. Benjamin Bratt, yes. So they play.
I think what you just did was confuse your favorite actor from your favorite era of Law and Order and your favorite actor from your favorite era of NYPD Blue.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what happened.
So this one-on-one basketball game.
Oh,
Holy
shit.
cow! I remember seeing this in the theater.
It's the
Yes.
giggling that she's doing
Oh.
too throughout.
and it's all shots of her upper body,
Yep.
so they're in. They never move.
Nope.
They almost never move.
Well, it's a one-on-one basketball game where they never shoot the ball.
Right.
All
That's what
they
I
do
mean.
is dribble. Yeah. And then
lot of
the
dribbling.
only time that there's any movement is when she does it, or she does a lot of walks on the walls and stuff. She does a standing jumper that then somehow she falls on top of him.
Yeah.
That's the action of it.
She also.
And at one point, there's just a close-up of her. There's just a close-up, a very tight close-up of her ass
Yep.
jiggling.
Yes, there is.
There's like shots of her upper body, like moving her arms like she's dribbling,
Like a Muppet, like
showing them
Kermit.
eye contact, and then lower body shots of her like dribbling the ball through her legs like a Harlem Globetrotter,
Yep.
which I'm 100% certain was a man.
Yeah.
Sure.
There is no. If you
so
watch
many-
upper body to lower body shots, the lower body
really
shots,
upsetting.
she is
That's
a
really
man.
upsetting.
I guarantee a man did these
Okay,
dribblings.
man, I think fucking CGI. There's so many parts in this movie where her body is completely CGI, like when she's running around the city.
All the
I
jumping.
Think, yeah, everything is.
I will
CGI.
say this: to me, the really genuinely standout good scene in this movie from another movie
you liked it too?
was yes, I did was the Ferris wheel scene, which was great.
Oh, that's right from Beverly Hills Cop 3.
All right, well that's why it was good.
I know, which is not a good sign of being good. But no, that
because
scene,
it did everything it should do.
I agree.
It made him on par as an equal, someone who is.
Right,
who
they
could
were
match
working
her.
together, yeah.
She
Sure.
saved the kid, which I thought was a good. Frankly, I thought it was awesome to see her. So that's such a superhero move. Is to
love
save the
this
kid. I
movie.
loved this movie.
You're like
I thought it was
almost jerking
terrific.
off right now.
It was a music video too. The whole movie's a music video.
Oh yeah, I mean the music.
I
this
felt
is
like they lost though, and I couldn't believe it. Is this just watching her? There was no like, oh, I'm watching this woman who was patient figure out
No.
all of her superhero powers. Like that's the fun of the
No,
movie,
she
and we don't
seems
see
to be
any
oblivious.
of it.
And
She
her
seems to be-
superhero
she's like,
powers
I think she's
change.
talking about somebody else.
And she's giggling with this basketball stuff. It's like, don't giggle. Like, really? Like, what
But
is
to-
happening
but
right
to
now?
But to me, it's like Superman, Batman. You understand a base of their powers. Here, she can run and jump from building.
Right.
But besides that, it was hungry like a cat, but she's not a cat.
Yep.
But sometimes she's possessed by the cat.
She hisses
but sometimes
like a
Sometimes
cat.
she sleeps like a human. Sometimes she sleeps on a
cat.
pillow.
Yeah, it's
like
weird.
Or on a
I
shelf.
loved when she
Oh,
missed.
we didn't talk about the moment in the
loved it.
movie when she's confused about being a cat that she Googles cat.
Cat? No,
And
she
woman.
Googles Cats, period, women. That's what she Googled.
Sir, how about the conversation of the cops going, what should we call her? Cat chick?
Cat broad?
Cat broad. Cat broad. What jerk.
She's wearing open-toed sandals throughout all of her adventures as Catwoman. And somebody has created diamond talons for her.
Yeah, because those didn't come in the...
That didn't come in the box.
The
like
box.
gloves with diamonds on the fingers?
Wait,
what are you talking about?
So she is confused. She doesn't want to take on the Catwoman persona just yet. So she goes to Frances Conroy, Ophelia Powers,
oh my God,
who is really upset with the men in the world.
Who lives in the up house?
Oh,
she
yes.
doesn't.
Yes, I wrote that too. She lives in the up house, this little house in the middle of a city.
Of skyscrapers.
A tiny Victorian house, like in the midst of like Wall Street, like skyscrapers.
And she's in this up house, and this woman is upset with the men in this world because she was denied tenure.
Yeah.
That was like
Academia.
Academia
is a man's world.
Yeah.
Oh,
just to
man.
remind us,
Guys,
this is a movie about superpower women.
My favorite part is when Frances Conroy or
Yeah.
Frances O'Connor, whatever.
Jimmy Smith.
Jimmy Smith throws the catnip at Halle Berry, and
Oh,
Halle
my
Berry
God.
catches it and instinctively rubs it all over her face like it's a dick.
Yes.
She's like, and, like you're literally. I was like, this is absolutely insane right now. She and then she has like catnip jizz all over her face.
I
was like,
loved
this
her
is
cat
the
work. I loved her
craziest
cat work.
How
shit.
about her waking up in the sludge, too, which I found disgusting.
Sludge? You mean the
Horrible.
shit? You mean when she's
It was-
covered in
it was
shit?
sure.
Having been brought back to life by a cat's kiss?
Oh, God.
And Paul, you pointed this out, but Midnight, the cat that's by her side the whole movie, is like the most uninspired, uninteresting
Cat.
Casting was
It's like-
terrible for that cat.
But and
I don't know who cast that cat.
And
but-
sometimes they just CGI the cat when the cat's not even doing anything. The cat just standing, like looking at the camera. It's all CGI.
There's 45 minutes. This is a superhero movie. There's 45 minutes before the first fight sequence.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
I was
which
like,
takes place.
Fuck you.
But lots of Alex Borstein just kind of eating
Just like,
up.
girl, did you meet for coffee with that guy yet? I'm like, you are Alex Borstein. You are not a black woman.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. Jimmy Smith catches on at one point that that Halle Berry and Catwoman might be the same person because they both wrote sorry.
Yeah, whoa.
She wrote sorry because she missed the date with Benjamin Bratt / Jimmy Smith on a coffee cup.
That scene is amazing.
And then she also wrote sorry on the bag of diamonds that she stole. She returns it to the diamond place, and they're like, "Does this match? Does this handwriting match?" I'm not a handwriting expert. I could say this is clearly written by the same exact
not be.
person.
There's
But
no
they
way it
go,
couldn't be.
he brings it to a handwriting expert.
Yes.
Who says, does it match exactly? No, it's close. In this first one, you see the space between the S and the O suggests loneliness.
Yes.
They're
Bananas.
exactly the same.
What?
And he goes, it suggests loneliness, but this other one is an adventurous woman.
Yeah.
But the other one's an introvert, but this one wants to get revenge. And he goes, man, if you put these two women into a room, you'd have one hell of a party.
Yeah, what the
No.
fuck does that mean,
What the hell does that mean?
Do your fucking job.
Well, it's also like you put a really antisocial woman in the room with a crazy,
Holy shit! And when is it the same guy that studies the scar on his cheek?
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like perfect, 99.9% perfect match.
That is bonkers.
And he's studying that scar at midnight because Benjamin Bratt at midnight, or they just had sex, Halle Berry and Benjamin Bratt, and then he Jimmy Smith's, and he goes to he sees something, he goes to the lab, but it's clearly like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
they just fucked and they had dinner and it was a late night.
I love that cat sex scene.
Yeah, cat sex. And he brings it, and the lab is fully functioning.
Oh, yes.
At way in the early morning. That's
yeah.
when they get the 99% probability.
We have not talked about when she is going to fully embrace becoming Catwoman. She cuts her own hair with 2 scissors, with scissors in each hand.
Edward Scissorhands.
It's basically Edward Scissorhands. She's like, snip, 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 snip. I was like, how could you? No, you can't use 2 sets of scissors to cut your own hair. Why would you even put this in?
Cats
Just
can
cut
do
her
that.
hair.
Cats
Just cut
can
her hair.
do that.
Fuck you.
I don't know what it was. I wrote down one thing here, but I think Benjamin Bratt said something, and please tell me if you remember this. He goes, would you be upset if your wife did blank, blank, blank? And the guy goes, I would if she was carrying a pizza. Do you guys remember that line?
Would your wife rescue a cat on a ledge?
Oh, right.
If the cat was carrying a pizza.
I guess because his wife's fucking fat. She's a fat pizza lover.
This movie is that line just stuck out to me as being terrible.
Terrible.
So she is... I mean, the whole basic premise of the movie is that the skin cream is killing people. Halle Berry wants to find out who killed her.
If you stop, right?
Yes,
that's the other thing.
Stop, right.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
But if you continue,
you become Marble.
You become like a super
Marble.
You become Sharon Stone.
Who is Marble?
Yes, since she doesn't feel pain.
Impervious,
Which leads me to her demise.
Yes.
Why does she...
Agreed. She shouldn't die at all.
Yeah. What?
She should just fall to the ground. She should fall to the ground and be like, and shake it off, because why would that hurt?
Her skin started changing before she died.
Yeah, why? Because she was scratched?
To me, can you scratch marble? I didn't know.
With diamond nails.
Yeah.
She's got diamond nails, you
guys, diamonds. I love that we're really trying to track this. I love that we're really trying to figure this out.
By the way, during the fight scene between Halle Berry and Sharon Stone does not throw a punch back. She just gets the shit.
By the way, where are they having this fight? They're having a fight in the poster warehouse. It's just like the top floor of this building where they just keep all the old posters.
You know why women are going to be into this movie? Because it's in like beauty,
it's in like fashion. And then there's going to be a new model who's younger. Every woman has that problem. Everyone.
Hey, do you guys think when she becomes Catwoman, she should have like super powers? No, not really. But she should now be able to fight like a ninja. Okay, yeah, she can do that.
There's also a scene, and again, we've talked about the woman aspect of this film, but there's a scene where like Tom Lone, who is Benjamin Bratt's character.
Well, Sally has a lot to say about that.
I think you mean Louis Guzman.
Oh yes, you're right, Louis Guzman. It confronts Sharon Stone. He knows the evil plan, and he's caught her in it. We'll play a clip.
Because I finally trusted a friend.
Yeah, well, your friend just got you killed.
Don't be stupid, Laurel. You don't want to kill a cop.
I'm a woman, Lone. I'm used to doing all kinds of things I don't want to do. Give my regards to my husband.
Like, they would throw in these lines like that.
She is gorgeous. Yeah. Sharon Stone is gorgeous and powerful, and her husband treats her like garbage because she's over 40
and she
looks 10 billion times better than the 25-year-old
so much more beautiful than the model who's replaced
but he hasn't said anything important to me since he said I do.
It's all of the pronouncements about like the new campaign and retiring the face of like as though that would be covered in anything.
Although I have to say the press conference when they finally have it.
Yes.
After her husband dies.
Oh my God.
There's like 3 photographers there. Like there's nothing.
And it's not in like a press room.
No, it's in their boardroom.
It's basically in the circular room from Dr. Strangelove. Yes. It's like in an evil lair. They're like, we'll have a couple pieces of the media come to the evil lair.
There's an alternate ending on the DVD. The original ending, which
actually.
It's pretty great. So the movie ends with the Catwoman writing a letter to Ophelia Powers and Tom Lone and saying, "Thank you so much for your help."
Wait, I think you mean Isai Morales.
Oh yes, Isai Morales, and so Danny Trejo gets the letter, and it basically says, "Hey, look, I'm a Catwoman now. I need to be independent. See you around." Now, meanwhile, I guess she's just going to live in the city and but not date him. I don't know. So that's how the movie ends. She's like, I'm a Catwoman now. Right. I do my own thing.
Right.
She walks off.
Ambiguous leading room for franchise.
Exactly. The way the alternate ending goes is it cuts to her. The whole movie ends. Sharon Stone dies at the press conference. Cuts to her outside with Alex Bornstein painting a mural of a cat on a building, and there's kids helping her. A giant cat mural.
You know what I'm realizing, Paul?
What?
They must have been outside that school that they were at before.
Right, the basketball school.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that at first.
So they're painting a giant cat mural.
It's coming together for me.
And then Benjamin Bratt comes up and goes, "Hey, just so you know, we solved the case. Everyone said that they were guilty, and it's all done." And then she goes, why don't you come down and we'll talk? And then they come down and talk. The camera does this insane thing where it's spinning around them. There's no action. It's just a dialogue scene. The camera's spinning almost to the point of like nausea. And it's like, she's like, can you live with somebody who's a Catwoman? He's like, well, I could do whatever. I'm cool with that. And he's like,
she says, because I'm pretty complicated.
Yeah, he goes, well, I like a complicated woman. And that's... and
Nancy Myers was like, hey, that's a good idea.
And then that's the end. The end is that they go off, and then the camera pans up. Yeah, just go up into the sky, that they're going to be together forever, and the cat mural is going to be finished painting.
Not only that, but after that, you realize this wasn't like, they didn't...
And Alex Borstein behind them going, hubba, 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 you did it, you nailed it.
She's up on the
on
roof
the scaffolding, not doing anything, just like commenting like, oh, that painting is bad.
Isn't she with the hot doctor?
Meanwhile, Alex Borstein, in the alternate ending, she's not in the
one that's in the movie.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's delicious, and the strawberry too.
Oh God. What? Now, Alex Borstein, you're led to believe that she's getting sick from the cream, but she clearly stops using the cream and her face doesn't melt off. So,
and she's totally fine with the fact that she's like been in a hospital for 4 days.
She's
and the doctors
undergoing major tests.
She's in the hospital more concerned with getting laid than the fact that she's
getting
getting Halle Berry
getting laid. Yeah, it's crazy.
Why does Halle Berry? I can't deal with the scenes in this movie where when she's Catwoman, she just runway walks everywhere she goes.
Because it's as different as you can possibly get from a little kid.
She just is making it so labored to walk wherever she's going.
Guys, can I tell you something?
I think she's walking like a cat in a very sensual way. I loved her physicality.
I just want to ask you guys. This is a little bit of a trivia question. How many writers wrote this movie?
11.
Okay, how many do you want to say?
I looked it up, so I shouldn't guess.
Okay.
Oh God, I'm gonna say like 8.
28 writers were involved.
That's how many it took
in the arbitration.
They nailed it.
Okay, but they finally were awarded to 3 writers and 2 story credits. But 28 writers were involved in this script at one point.
Wow.
28. Anyone notable?
The ones that wrote it were John D. Brancato, Michael Ferris, Brancato, and Ferris. So those are the... Wow. As you can tell, we did not love this movie, but now it is time for a second opinion. These are culled from Amazon.com. These are 5-star reviews of Catwoman. So here you go. This is from Huntsville. If you like cats or Halle Berry, you're going to like this movie. Jay Harris writes...
Not both.
No.
If you like either or, that's enough. If you just like cats and hate Halle Berry, you're still going to like this movie.
Yeah, exactly. But if you... Yeah, either or.
If you like both, holy shit.
You're in.
Your day just got made.
Here is another version of that quote. As I love both cats and ancient Egypt, this was my dream movie.
What? So you like the 2 very short montages?
Yeah, the opening montage had some papyrus in it. That's it.
This is the other one I really like. I have no idea why some people say this is bad, because it isn't. It's actually really good. Definitely good. I'm a guy.
So desperate.
And then this gets a little bit more serious. It goes, I also like the way this movie treated the duality of what a woman can be if she chooses and her right to choose.
Virgin vamp.
I have recommended this film to all I know who are like me, a pagan.
Oh, that's amazing.
And finally, the last one, there's so many here that were amazing. On one hand, I'm happy because of the bad publicity that I get the DVD of this movie sooner. But on the other hand, I'm saddened because I probably won't get the sequel. So this guy liked the bad publicity because he just wanted to get a DVD.
Thank God.
Can I ask what is the lore of Catwoman? Like how in the comic
changes
books does
actually.
There's become
multiple
Catwoman,
ones, right?
Oh, I see. All right.
But usually she's a Batman villain basically, but then Batman is constantly kind of like having a relationship with her. She's very compelling. She started out as like a cat burglar, blah, blah, blah.
One thing I also have to say, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this is just my personal or female point of view, I